urgent message. We are 282 former career employees who proudly served our country at the Department of Justice. From prosecutors, special agents, and intelligence analysts to immigration judges, grant managers, civil rights attorneys, and more. We all carried out our duties faithfully, regardless of who occupied the White House, until we no longer could. Each of us left the department either voluntarily or involuntarily because of actions taken by this administration. Our fidelity to the Constitution and our dedication to our country did not end when our jobs did. Now that we've left the department, we believe it's our duty to sound the alarm about this administration's degradation of DOJ's vital work and its assault on the public servants who do it. It is incumbent on all of us to fight for the Justice Department before it's too late. It is incumbent on all of us to fight for the Justice Department before it's too late. The DOJ's mission is to uphold the rule of law, to keep our country safe, to protect civil rights. It's failing on 3 fronts. And I see a colleague has arrived on the floor, and I'm happy to interrupt the reading of this letter. But because of your own background, I suspect you might possibly have some question related to some of these miscarriages of justice. I see my colleague from Minnesota is on the floor, and I would welcome a question if she has one.
Will the senator from Oregon yield? I have one question, and it is about just the Justice Department. We just got the shocking news yesterday. It's every single day something happens, that once again the president is treating the Justice Department as his own personal law firm. He has now asked for, and this might have been while the senator from Oregon was speaking, but the president has now requested $230 million back from the taxpayers of this country off of their backs to line his own pockets, or he says now to give to a charity of his choice. And to me, this is just another example of how he keeps considering the Justice Department as it should be, not as the people's lawyer, but as his own lawyers. And in fact, he has installed his own lawyers there. He has done everything from decided to pardon George Santos and pardon his friends, to prosecute his so-called enemies, including firing career prosecutors to allow him to install a White House aide to go after his enemies. And so one of my obsessions with having watched this from the Judiciary Committee is just how that can be justice. And I think it does tie in with everything else that's happening. You know, he is focusing on getting $230 million that he doesn't deserve back into his pocket instead of helping the American people get health care. He's focused on helping his pals and his friends and going after his enemies instead of doing the work for the American people that he was elected to do. So I would just like to have my colleague from Oregon answer a question about how he sees this Justice Department fraud and what's happening over there as related to how the president isn't doing anything for regular people, and instead he's helping his pals.
Well, I thank so much my colleague and friend from Minnesota and the expertise you bring on the Justice Department. As a lawyer, you have the background as you serve on the committee that has this jurisdiction. And I, as a non-lawyer, can tell you I am just absolutely shocked and stunned. I have thought that the norms that we have in America are norms that make a great deal of sense because they have a value associated with them. And that value is the fair administration of justice without prejudice, the fair administration without targeting of political enemies. I think, oh, I read about the targeting of political enemies. That happened in some country far away, where a president who didn't share the values that we have here in the United States of America went after their political enemies by falsely pursuing them in a criminal sense. But then I realized that, no, that's happening right here in the United States of America. And you made reference to a situation that I believe I may have heard about and may have this wrong, in which the president is actually suing the government, then instructing his Department of Justice to settle the suit, thereby translating money into the president's pocket out of the government. I mean, are you kidding me? What is the president of the United States? I will file a suit against the government, and then I'll tell the Justice Department to pay it off and put that money in my pocket? I mean, I was just stunned by reading that new version. There is no limit to the self-serving. I must say, in that case, it's money. But when the president has an enemies list, and when the president instructs Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, to go and find something on that person in order to make their life miserable, this is absolutely horrific, because it's not just about targeting that person, which is bad enough. It's about suppressing dissent or enforcing loyalty, suppressing dissent by anyone else and saying to everybody else, you better do exactly what I say. I can issue a pardon if you do what I say and it's illegal, but I can issue a subpoena and prosecute you if you violate, well, if you fail to do exactly what I want.
Will the senator from Oregon yield for a question?
I would love to yield to another question.
So when you look at how this all started, I think about all of these people who have stood up, as you are standing up today. I think about career prosecutors in the Justice Department who have basically said, no, I am not going to do the bidding of the president, whether I was appointed during a Republican presidency or a Democratic presidency, whether I personally vote Republican or vote Democrat. I have a job to do, and that is follow the laws of the United States. And I think the real first indication of this, where people realized just how off the cliff this was going, was when, in fact, there was pressure put on career prosecutors in New York to dismiss these charges that had been the result of a long investigation involving Mayor Eric Adams. And what I remember from that time was Danielle Sassoon, who was a very, very well-respected conservative prosecutor, someone that came up through the Federalist Society, who had clerked for conservative justices, that she decided to resign rather than do their bidding because she felt that it wasn't consistent with the law, that was against the law. And then another career prosecutor named Hagan Scotton, who was a decorated veteran who had clerked for then Judge Kavanaugh and Justice Roberts. He said, when asked to file a motion in that case, you may find a fool or a coward to file that motion, but it won't be me. And those words always echo in my mind. I say to the senator from Oregon, as he stands up today, of these people through these last months, whether it is standing to march with their kids on their hips, whether it is to stand up, as so many of us have done in this chamber, to fight for health care, whether it is people who, like the statistician at the Labor Department, simply doing her job, willing to stand up and give the facts of what the job numbers were, and then the president didn't like it and had her fired, which I always thought was ironic when it's about jobs numbers and then you lose another job. But in any case, he just fired her, or going after governors at the Federal Reserve, or deciding which states he's going to take funding from. In my home state of Minnesota, as I know you've experienced in Oregon, he cut a bunch of energy projects. And I looked at the list, I thought, wait a minute, these are all grid projects. So many of them were major, major projects with private companies to provide energy in neighboring states like North Dakota and South Dakota. I kind of looked at the list and saw all the funding because the company was based in Minnesota, but all the funding for our surrounding red states. And I just thought, oops, I guess they didn't mean to put this on the list. All of that combines, as you look at what's happening with the Justice Department right now, as a president that is basically decided that there are no norms. And so the only norms left is this body, because the House has decided they're not coming back right now. They're waiting for these Epstein files that they hope will just go away, but it appears they will never go away. They won't even seat a duly elected member of Congress from Arizona because they're so afraid of these Epstein files. So while that's going on, and they're basically decided to just stay home and hang out and not come to work every day, this is the functioning chamber, as close as it can come, that is supposed to be dealing with the matters before the country. And the matter before the country right now is what is happening with our health care system. On November 1st, these premiums are going to be doubling in so many states. You look at some of the states that actually Donald Trump won, like Florida, with millions and millions of people on these plans. You look at Texas, 75% of the people on these plans live in states that Donald Trump won. So while all that is going on, the president goes to his go-to, and his go-to is messing around with the justice system. He literally pardoned someone, as in George Santos, who claimed to be a world-class volleyball player, producer of the Spider-Man movie, and was actually simply a fraudster that the entire Republican leadership in the House of Representatives booted out of the House of Representatives. The president says, I'm going to bring this guy back too. Because every single day, it's that strong arm techniques. Doesn't care if it leads to more violence, doesn't care if it violates the oath of these lawyers in the Justice Department, doesn't care if people get fired, doesn't care about, what does matter? What does appear to matter is making news that day. What does appear to matter is getting on, dominating the news that day. Not our country, not the rule of law, but the one thing I can say, and I ask this of my friend, the senator from Oregon, because the president seems to think this, but does in fact trump the Constitution? Isn't it a fact that our laws and our Constitution, which has withstood wars, withstood the Great Depression, withstood Watergate, withstood all these things. Why? Because people stood up, as the senator from Oregon is doing today. Judges stood up, as we're seeing across the country. There are Trump-appointed judges that have made decisions time and time again contrary to this administration because it's against the rule of law. We saw that in the tariff case, those tariffs that are burdening the small businesses in our state. We saw a Trump-appointed judge, a Reagan-appointed judge, an Obama-appointed judge join together and say the tariffs are illegal. So this is happening. Judges are standing up. Our constituents are standing up, as we saw over this last weekend, millions and millions of people standing up in what was the most biggest peaceful protest in the history of this country. And yes, Congress needs to stand up. And that's what the senator from Oregon is doing today. Standing up and saying, this is not normal. This is not normal to have a Justice Department that is doing what they're doing. So I do ask the senator from Oregon, despite him not being a lawyer, to talk about the fact that Donald Trump cannot trump the Constitution of the United States.
I thank so much the question my colleague from Minnesota has laid out. In fact, at least 8 or so topics that I'm going to enjoy addressing. But your final point, does Trump trump the Constitution? Do we have kings, if you will, in the United States of America? And the answer is, under the Constitution, obviously not. And I so appreciated the name of Saturday's demonstration. 7 million people demonstrating at some 2,700 sites across America saying no kings, and many versions of the most creative possible statistics laid out, of pictures laid out in that process. But you are absolutely, your question, there are no kings under our Constitution. But the President, in all of these things that I've laid out through the course of the night, the attack on the rule of law, the continuous effort to suppress free speech and free press, attack on due process, attack on the law firms, attack on the universities, the use of violence, and the weaponizing the DOJ, all of it is the way a king acts. So, in fact, we are in the middle of an authoritarian takeover. It's not down the street. It's not around the corner. It is here right now. And speaking of being here right now, I see my minority leader is on the floor from New York, and I would welcome a question if he has one.
Well, first, thank you, and I do have a question for you. I want to commend you for your fortitude and your strength on a subject that is so important to the future of this country, not only for our generation, but for our grandchildren. We need a democracy, and my question is this. In many authoritarian regimes, there are many characteristics. And we see a lot of this happening in Hungary, in fact. Orban has had his friends take over the media. Orban has used the prosecutorial authorities as a weapon, as Trump has turned our whole Justice Department into an attack dog to go after his enemies and help his friends. And we see this in so many other countries. Now, there are many people in the United States say it can't happen here, and our roots of democracy are stronger and deeper, certainly, than in Hungary's. But the danger is real. And could my friend, and I so respect what he has done all night, could my friend just elaborate on the question, it is different here, but why can we not be complacent when we've seen what happens in other countries like Hungary, like Turkey, and of course, even more severe dictatorships? When people say it won't happen here, why should we, even though we're different, why should Americans from every political corner, Democrat, Republican, liberal, conservative, be fighting this authoritarian rise in this country led by Donald Trump, who, as you said, wants to be king?
I so appreciate the question from the minority leader from New York. And one of the things that I certainly felt was, this can't happen here. Our institutions are too old. We have 200 years of practice. We have features that have helped reinforce our constitutional framework. We have a solid middle class. We have a good education system. We have deep traditions in the House and Senate. We have norms that reinforce our constitutional understandings. And yet, it turns out that my confidence that authoritarianism cannot take hold in America is wrong. And one of the things I have done over the course of the night is to read multiple chapters and commentary to professors who looked at countries all over the world, including Hungary, and said, here's how it happened. They said, we used to think about the end of a democracy as being something done by men with guns. They burned down the presidential palace, they shot the president, maybe they killed his family, they tore up the Constitution, and they said, here's the New Deal. But now, that rarely happens in comparison to the new version in which democracies are put into the grave. And that new version is by elected individuals who start to erode the separation of powers. And if you think about it that way, you just really need three things to become an authoritarian state. You need a Congress that says our role is to just back up and do what the president says, a rubber stamp Congress. And in large part, we have that right now. I can't tell you how many times colleagues have said, I can't take that position because it would upset the president, even though I'm not happy about the situation. Well, so there's that. And then there is, you need a court that confirms or conveys more power to the president. And we have seen court decision after court decision that have conveyed more power, like Trump versus United States, saying the president is above the law. And you combine the president being above the law, as long as it's shielded by an act of government, and pardon power, and now the whole executive branch feels, well, we're all above the law. And then the president comes into office and just starts ignoring one law after another. I think a real early one that got a lot of attention was the firing of inspector generals. And of course, the law says you have to fire them for cause. And the law says you have to give 30 days notice. But the president didn't either. And in the end, he didn't really get the courts saying you can't do that. And then Trump says, you know what, I'm just going to start establishing tariffs around the world. Well, tariffs are not a power delegated to the president. The very first bill the U.S. Senate ever worked on was a tariff bill. They spent 3 weeks assigning a tariff to different things, a keg of nails or a barrel of molasses and so on and so forth. And so this collective factor brings us to the third element that creates the authoritarian state, which is a president who wants to defy the law, create a space in which saying the laws do not apply. So suddenly the checks and balances are gone, and it's not the authoritarianism that we need to fear a year from now. It's here at this very moment. And so this is why we should all, if we had any doubts a year ago, we should all now be going, oh my God, we are not immune from the same strategy that's been pursued with the same authoritarian playbook in country after country after country.
Thank my colleague for that really right on the money exposition of this, and I'd just like to ask one more question related to the first, the supine Congress. Our Republican colleagues seem to just do whatever Trump wants, and we hear lots of mumbling and grumbling, we don't like it. But I hear from some of them saying to me, it wouldn't make a difference if I spoke up. Does my colleague from Oregon agree with that it wouldn't make a difference, that if Republicans, whether at the leadership in the House or Senate, or a large number or even a decent number of members spoke up against the kind of authoritarian direction that Trump is taking, does my colleague think it wouldn't make a difference, as they say, or does he think it would?
Well, I believe it would make an astounding difference, because when I come to the floor, or any of my Democratic colleagues come to the floor and say, look at this attack on due process, this is just wrong. Look at this effort to tell universities what to teach, this is just wrong. Look at the attack on law firms, and they've been essentially blackmailed into $1 billion of free legal help to groups that Trump wants, that's wrong. Look at the effort to ship people out of this country because of what they say on foreign policy. That's just the violations of free speech and due process. And we say it's just wrong. But in essence, we are speaking within a communication bubble that exists around our urban communities. And there is a different communication bubble that exists around our rural communities. We have driven this into this situation through cable news, where people in my state who live in cities watch one version of the world on cable, they see a different version if they're in rural areas watching a different cable, and then it's reinforced by social media. So when a colleague across the aisle speaks up, now a whole new audience is hearing about what's going on in our country. And it has the act of integrity because it's not coming from across the aisle. It can't be dismissed as a partisan comment. It is clearly a comment of principle. So when you have both a comment that is absolutely principle and a comment that reaches into a different media sphere, now you start to have an enormous impact, and others will have courage to follow. Because I have heard from my colleagues about some of these pieces that they are worried about but are not speaking up on, one person steps forward, maybe takes the hits from some of the right-wing commentators, and maybe actually gains some respect from others who say, you know, that is for sure the truth.
And I thank my colleague from Minnesota for her excellent back and forth with the Senator from Oregon. Thank you for doing this. I yield the floor.
Thank you very much to my colleague from New York for those two questions. And one of the questions that my colleague from Minnesota asked about was mentioning the $230 million in compensation that Trump is trying to get out of the government. And so I found the story about that and wanted to fill folks in on what that is. President Trump is demanding that the Justice Department pay him about $230 million. That's a lot of money. To folks in my neighborhood, $1 million seems like an unfathomable sum. And here we're talking about $230 million, $250 million in compensation for the federal investigation into him, according to people familiar with the matter. This is an article by Devlin Barrett and Tyler Pager on October 21st, 2025. So hot off the press, if you will. The people familiar with the matter who added that any settlement might ultimately be approved by senior department officials who defended him or those in his orbit. So you have the president suing his own government, and he has the Justice Department, in which there are people who were on his defense team now working, who would be the ones to ultimately approve a settlement. This situation, this article goes on to say, situation has no parallel in American history, as Mr. Trump, a presidential candidate, was pursued by federal law enforcement and eventually won the election, taking over the very government that must now review his claims. It is also the starkest example yet of potential ethical conflicts created by installing the president's former lawyers atop the Justice Department. Lawyers get to play both sides. They were on his team that brought the lawsuits, and now they're on the team for the Justice Department that would agree to pay him. Well, obviously, that's an unacceptable conflict of interest. And in any ordinary world, you would expect anyone associated with this case to say, absolutely not, my integrity will be profoundly compromised if I come anywhere near this. But that type of integrity and that type of clarity about the importance of avoiding conflicts of interest so that fairness is embodied, I mean, I don't think there is a fair way for this to be adjudicated by his own administration, suing the government and then asking them to pay you by the people who work for him. Is there any way to resolve that conflict of interest? I can't imagine it. The only way I can imagine it is to say that this issue will be addressed in the next administration by people in the Department of Justice who did not ever work in the past or in the present for Mr. Trump. He submitted his claims through an administrative claim process that is the precursor to lawsuits. And it goes on to give the details. But essentially, that's the issue of the president suing his own government and then asking the folks who worked for him to settle it and hand him $230 million. Wow. Can you imagine if President Biden had sued the Department of Justice and asked them to settle the case and give him $200 million? I mean, there would be every single senator across the aisle would be down here saying, are you kidding me? That's the clearest ethical compromise ever created in the history of our country. How can that possibly be done? It cannot be done. We must pass a bill. We must condemn this conflict. It's a ripoff of the American people for $230 million. No way, no how. Well, that is exactly what we should hear, regardless of which aisle you sit by, whether you sit to the left of the center aisle or to the right of the center aisle. It is exactly the outrage over gross corruption. And this isn't the only. This is not, by the way, the worst corruption. It may be. No, it's not the worst. The worst was the president asking people after he was in office to buy his crypto coin and saying he's doing a contest, and the roughly 230 people who bought the most of his coins over a set period, those folks would get a special dinner at his golf club, special access to him. And so over a period of several weeks, competition was held, the winners were announced, and then the dinner was held. And President Trump profited personally, fabulously, from that corrupt activity. Essentially, there are two types of crypto coins, or more than that, but one of them is called a stable coin. And in a stable coin, you're essentially saying, I'll give you $1 and you give me $1 stable coin, dollar denominated. And I can use that cryptocurrency coin in ways I can't use an actual dollar. And meanwhile, you get to keep the dollar I gave you to buy the crypto coin. You get to invest it. So if, for example, someone buys $1 million of those coins and holds them for a year, well, then the president's company gets the interest on that $1 million, however they invest it. And there's restrictions, or at least there's supposed to be restrictions on how you invest it to make sure that it maintains its value. So essentially, it's probably invested in very safe bonds. But still, hey, 4% on $1 million? Well, let's see. 10% would be 100,000. So we're talking about $40,000. $40,000. Well, what if you buy $1 billion now of those coins? Now we're talking about the president and his company getting not $40,000, but $40 million. I mean, it's a direct sale of access to the president for money in his pocket or his company's pocket. And that is simply outrageous. But then there's another coin that's kind of a token. And what can you do with this token? And the answer is not much, but you're just giving your dollars to buy the token, and the president or his company keeps that money forever. So that's even a more direct, instead of just getting the interest off the money that he holds until the coins are redeemed, in this case, he's keeping the money forever, selling you a useless token. He keeps the money. It's basically like saying, hand over your wallet. I'll take cash out of it. Thank you very much. It's as close to a straight bribe as anything you can imagine. And we had a vote here on the Senate floor saying that none of us in the Congress or in the high levels of the government will be allowed to participate in this type of a system. You want a new senator to come in here and he or she will offer a new coin, and somebody comes along and says, yeah, I'll take 10,000 of those, just like handing you $10,000. It's a bribe. And unfortunately, for reasons I don't understand, my colleagues across the aisle, they voted it down. They want to let this crypto corruption continue. Now, is there something wrong with the bill that needs to be adjusted? I'm all ears. I'm looking for a partner across the aisle to say this type of corruption is wrong, and I will join in partnership. Let's write the bill together. Let's go over the old bill together. Let's fix it if it needs fixing. Let's find allies on both sides of the party. But so far, not a word from any of my colleagues saying they want to actually address this crypto corruption, that much more corrupt issue. My colleague from Minnesota had a list of other issues that I wrote down somewhere. See if I can find the piece of paper I wrote them on. She had so many good ideas for me to address. And maybe I'll find it, maybe I won't. And given that I'm not finding it right away, oh, here it is. So she asked about the $230 million scheme, and I've now shared the answer to that. She also noted that isn't it insane to be firing people at random like the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics because the president didn't like the employment numbers? Yes, it's crazy and damaging because now nobody trusts the new numbers. Are the new numbers accurate? They're afraid to put out probably the right numbers because if they look bad, they're going to get fired. Or maybe they'll just kind of bend the assumptions just by a little bit here and there and have it all add up to get them maybe an extra 0.5% or percent of employment, mislead us about where the economy is headed. So no, it is deeply damaging, and so many people depend on the many statistics compiled by the Bureau of Labor to understand what's happening on our economy and whether to make investments. And my colleague from Minnesota also mentioned the canceling of energy projects across the country. And those energy projects, I think it was $8 billion in energy projects all across Democratic states. So this is another form of corrupt activity by a president. The president is supposed to be president of the entire nation, not the president of the Republican Party, and therefore striving to have success build in every part of the country, regardless of whether they elect blue or red senators or blue or red members of Congress. But the canceled energy projects were targeted at blue states. Now here's the thing. Those projects produce energy in general at a lower cost than fossils. By doing so, by producing electricity that often is in the realm of 2 cents per kilowatt hour, it lowers the cost of electricity. But what do we see actually happening? What do we see actually happening across the country? We see the utility costs going up. So canceling these projects is driving up the cost of electricity for people in state after state after state. So this is why we often refer to the fact that in his first 10 months, Trump has made the nation sicker and poorer. Sicker because of his attack on health care and some of the not so helpful evaluations coming out of the Health and Human Services Office. But also poor because he's driving up costs. He wants folks to use expensive, dirty energy rather than cheaper, cleaner energy that derives primarily from solar panels or wind. Sure, there's some geothermal in there, maybe there's some hydro in there, but the new energy is primarily in the realm of solar and wind. Both of them hovering around that 2 to 3 cents per kilowatt hour. Now, I'm pretty sure nobody here pays a bill at a utility company as low as 2 to 3 cents. So if lower cost energy can be generated, and I think the retail rate in my utility that serves my house is somewhere around 12 to 14 cents, I'd love them to buy 2-cent energy and lower the cost to me, everyone else. But the president killed these projects, often in mid-stride, meaning putting people out of employment, putting investments at risk, putting our planet at risk because he wants to continue to use carbon energy. Carbon energy, very simply, heats up the atmosphere. Nice little warm blanket around the globe. We see it in so many different ways in my home state. So not only is the fossil energy more expensive and dirtier in terms of breathing the air, it's also overheating the planet with carbon dioxide and with leaked methane. Methane can be many multiples more powerful in trapping heat than even carbon dioxide. So both of these fossil fuel products, one from combustion and one primarily from leakage, methane, provide significant damage. And we see the stronger storms that come down, like the one in Texas. And you can't track any one storm and say it was specifically about climate. When there are a lot more storms with a lot more energy, that happens because there's a lot more energy in the atmosphere because the atmosphere is a lot warmer. And so, in general, the number and ferocity of the storms is tied to our burning of fossil fuels. So here is the president canceling $8 billion of clean, low-cost energy projects in order to force people to keep using more and more carbon, higher cost, higher polluting, and planet-damaging fossil fuels. And I'm particularly struck that this is happening at a time that in the information revolution, you have big new demands on electricity. You have data centers, and counties like them because they're big, expensive, and they provide property taxes. But they consume enormous amounts of energy. And in so doing, that means the local utility has to go buy more energy on the grid, which is more expensive than the energy they already have, driving up the cost for everybody served by the utility. So some states have started to say, no, you build a data center, or you do crypto mining, or you do AI processing, you need to pay the fair cost of your activities and pay a higher rate for that electricity than the homeowners, so the homeowners don't get shaken down to subsidize these activities. And another point that my colleague from Minnesota made was the impact on small business of what is going on. And yesterday, I had folks from small business who were touring Capitol Hill, holding meetings from Oregon, and there were lots of folks from all corners of the country coming in to say, we are troubled. We have a couple major problems. And those major problems, they listed, one is the tariffs. Because how can you plan for the future when the tariffs go up and down? How do you know what country will buy your products or won't buy your products? How can you make a decision to build a factory under those circumstances? Sure, if there's a high tariff put on your competitor and you happen to have a factory, for a while you can just make a lot more to meet the domestic demand, so maybe that comes out all right. But if it's a permanent, we're going to build more factories, no, those decisions are not happening when the tariffs are fluctuating. Plus, of course, what the president is doing is taking power not delegated to the president. There is no law that gives the president the power to adjust tariffs. So it's being adjudicated, but the courts are slow. In fact, you think very slow when you think of the fact that he's been doing tariffs on his own with no authority to do it for a very long time now in his presidency. The second thing the small businesses said was the Republican bill that doubles the price of insurance on the exchange is absolutely horrific for small businesses because in general, small businesses buy their insurance on the healthcare exchange. They aren't large enough to strike their own independent deal and get good rates, so they buy their money on the exchange. And without the same level of tax credits, their costs will, like for other Americans, be roughly doubled, a projected 114% interest increase. So that's more than doubled. And so this is the phrase, Main Street is Pain Street, because Main Street small businesses can no longer afford to buy insurance because of the bill that my colleagues across the aisle passed, the bill that Trump called the big, beautiful bill, but many of us called it the big, ugly betrayal because it hurt families by helping billionaires. Doubling the cost of insurance on the exchange on average to give tax breaks to billionaires. Attacking Social Security, which in combination with the changes to the exchange will put 15 million people out of insurance. That's a lot of pain. And we know just how damaging it is when people go out without insurance because we've been there before. We know they don't go to the doctor when they get sick. They don't go to the doctor until they get really sick, and then they go to the emergency room. And by then, a modest illness can become a major illness. A small tumor can become a life-threatening tumor, or maybe an untreatable, metastasized cancer that is a death sentence. And then we have the fact that without insurance, they can't pay the bill. So there's less revenue for the clinic and less revenue for the hospital. And so now the clinic and the hospital are going to have to cut back their programs, which affects the availability of health care for everyone in the community. Maybe it's the maternity ward that goes, because those are very expensive. And that means that instead of going to the hospital in your town in rural Oregon, maybe you have to drive 70 miles to get to another hospital. And do you want to do that if your baby is coming in January or February and you might be in the middle of icy roads or snow drifts? No, I don't think so. And do you want to have to drive 70 miles to get your prenatal exams and your prenatal classes that teach a little bit about what to be prepared for? No, that's a real loss of quality health care to lose programs out of clinics and to lose programs out of hospitals. So the invitation is open to fix this. We have laid out a bill, a continuing resolution, that fixes it. So I invite my colleagues, come and join us and vote for the bill, or at least have your leadership come and sit down and negotiate over this bill. Because maybe you have insights, maybe we can find adjustments and do the right thing for America and fix this healthcare mess. I don't think that it's good policy to have created this mess. I certainly don't think it's good politics to have created this mess. So we'll help you out of that hole. Let's fix this for the American people. Do the best what's right for the American people. And certainly one of the groups that will be very happy for us to address this are the businesses, the small businesses on Main Street. When those small businesses come in and say Main Street is now Pain Street because of the tariffs and because of the attack on health care, you've got a whole lot of stalwart community members who are speaking the truth to power. They're coming to us and saying, here's the situation. Here's what I'll have to pay. Here's how it's so much more. One of the entrepreneurs yesterday, the business owners, said he had, if I believe he said he had 4 employees. Then he talked to at least 3 of them, and they all basically said they weren't going to buy insurance, not at this double the rate. They were going to take the risk, the gamble, that they would not get sick. And maybe they'll be lucky. Like any other gamble, maybe the dice will roll in their favor. Maybe next year they'll buy insurance, and maybe that'll be the year that they need health care and they'll have insurance to pay for it. But we know that when there's a whole group of folks who don't have insurance, a bunch of them are going to get sick. And then they're going to be really sick by the time they go to the doctor. And then they're going to get treated in the place of the most expensive care. And then they're not going to be able to pay the bills, so the revenues will suffer. And there we are, back in the situation where the clinics and hospitals are cutting their programs, affecting the availability of good health care everywhere in the community. Well, I think those are the bulk of the points that my colleague asked questions about from Minnesota. So I'm going to return now to reading this urgent message from recent Department of Justice alumni decrying the attacks on the Justice Department. And since it's been a while since I actually was in the middle of reading this letter, I think I'll start from the top again in order to make it coherent. We are 282 former career employees who proudly served our country at the Department of Justice. From prosecutors, special agents, intelligence analysts, to immigration judges, grant managers, civil rights attorneys, and more, we all carried out our duties faithfully, regardless of who occupied the White House, until we no longer could. Each of us left the department either voluntarily or involuntarily because of actions taken by this administration. Our fidelity to the Constitution and our dedication to our country did not end when our jobs did. Now that we've left the department, we believe it is our duty to sound the alarm about this administration's degradation of the Departments of Justice vital work and its assault on the public servants who do it. It is incumbent on all of us to fight for the Justice Department before it's too late. Just as I've come to the floor to ring the alarm bells about authoritarian control taking over America, here are these employees from the Department of Justice in this letter are saying they are ringing the alarm bells before it's too late. Let's find out what they have to say. The next paragraph goes, Department of Justice's mission, DOJ's mission, is to, quote, to uphold the rule of law, to keep our country safe, and to protect civil rights. It's failing on all three fronts. The Justice Department cannot uphold the rule of law when it carries out the president's retribution campaign and protects his allies, violates court orders, evades due process requirements, directs attorneys to violate their ethical responsibilities, and fire its employees without notice or cause in violation of civil service laws. It also cannot keep our country safe when it ousts FBI employees, prosecutors, national security experts, and ATF officials, shelters offices that prevent community violence, shutters offices that prevent community violence, and dismantles drug trafficking operations, purges the attorneys who enforce laws that protect the environment, and shifts highly trained special agents away from counterintelligence and counterterrorism. Oh, I see, thank you for the note, I see that my colleague from New Jersey is on the floor, and I would welcome a question if he has one.
I appreciate it, and appreciate my colleague pausing for a question. And I just want to first say, as I present my question to him, how grateful I am for his stamina and for his strength, but more even importantly for his insightful truths that he has been telling now for well over 14 hours. And in many ways, we see a tradition in this body of being a deliberative body, but it seems now more and more that deliberation is giving way to what the founders never imagined, which is simply conceding to anything that the President of the United States wants. We were born to check and balance the presidency. We are the Article I branch of government. And as my colleague here rings the alarm bell, it is clear to me that the alarm bell he's ringing is not a partisan alarm bell. It's not left or right, it's right or wrong. It's about asserting the Article I branch of the Constitution's strength, its purpose, its constitutional intent. And that is to provide oversight. That is to provide advice and consent. That is to provide the check and balance that we need. And for hours now, what I have been seeing is my colleague, Jeff Merkley, has time and time again been laying plain facts that would not play no matter what party a person is from. A president who is encroaching again and again and again on the constitutional prerogatives of the Article I branch of government. And the result of this is that people are hurting. And I really want to get my colleagues' response to this. The fact is, right now, you have a president not going through Congress, not working with Congress, but undermining congressional intent by gutting and cutting programs, gutting and cutting agencies, gutting and cutting bipartisan approved resources for our states in ways that threaten and undermine the well-being of Americans. We see him approving a tariff policy, not one that has gone through this body. In fact, I would say not one that people in this body would even agree on, that is hurting American farmers, that is driving them to their knees. They want trade, not aid. And as a result of that tariff policy, it's not only hurting the bedrock people who put food on the table for Americans and people throughout this world, but it's hurting consumers by driving up grocery prices. What my colleague continues to point out is how these violations of our constitutional norms and traditions, the insult and injury done to our Constitution, has a real-life impact on the lives of Americans, making us poorer, making us sicker in our lack of access to health care. That we are seeing a time now that if we do not ring the alarm bells, more and more Americans will be hurt by a president who is acting more like an authoritarian leader than a democratically elected executive in the Article II branch. And this is not a left or right moment. It is a right or wrong moment. This is a moral moment in America. And I love what Martin Luther King said. He said, the problem today is not the vitriolic words and violent actions of the bad people, it's the appalling silence and inaction of the good people. And so this is a time that my colleague, through doing this extraordinary step here for more than 14 hours, all through the night, standing up and saying, look, democracy has never been a spectator sport. If you love this country, if you love in a deep devotion the ideals of patriotism more than a party, now is the time for all good people to stand up and call it out. And so I want to know from my colleague, this, with the urgency that we have in this moment, with Americans seeing their energy costs go up, with Americans seeing their grocery costs going up, with Americans now seeing the reality of their health care costs going up thousands and thousands of dollars, with marginalized people, with folks who are struggling to provide for their children, for children with disabilities struggling to get the resources they need, with parents not knowing how they're going to meet the rent and pay for medical expenses, how they're going to be able to pay for the basic needs of their families. This is a time that if you believe in the cherished principles of our nation, from patriotism, devotion to our national ideals, if you believe in the ideals of our nation, love thy neighbor, if you believe that we are one nation under God, this must be the time where more people stand up and speak out, because the only thing necessary for the triumph of tyranny is for a free people to remain silent. And so I ask my colleague right now, because there are people saying, what does it matter that a senator is standing up? I ask my colleague right now to maybe say directly to the American people why you are taking this courageous stand tonight, what you hope they will take away, because it's not about you or me, it's not about the 100 people here. We have seen this president back down before when the American people, in a chorus of conviction, stand up and say no, no more. As Frederick Douglass says, the limits of tyranny are prescribed by the people who face the oppression. I ask my colleague, what is the message that you are trying to send with this courageous stand, with this incredible endurance, with this strong speech you are giving today?
To my colleague from New Jersey, the message most important is that the tyranny has already arrived. It is not down the street. It is not around the corner. It will not be encountered on the path tomorrow. It is here at this very moment. And that tyranny comes in two forms, so important to our country. The first is the attack on freedom. Freedom is secured by due process. So when an authoritarian president runs over due process, he threatens freedom for all of us. When an authoritarian president says, I will dictate through research grant control what universities teach, he's stealing the academic freedom of our independent universities and really gutting the vision that people go to universities to explore ideas and to learn, not to receive propaganda written by a government. If you want that version of the world, that's not freedom. That's found in tyrannical governments. That's found in China, not here at our universities in the United States of America. When he proceeds to say we are going to control law firms by suing them and taking away their security clearances and extorting them to put $1 billion of free law into causes the president wants, that is a form of tyranny against the free enterprise of law firms to have the clients they want and serve the people they want. I read an article sometime in the middle of the night that was about the profound impact on nonprofits that are out of favor with the president, and therefore they're not getting the legal help that they had in the past, and how that affects their largely impoverished clients. So there's damage that ripples through the universe from these attacks on freedom. And now is the moment where we have seen the fundamental separation of powers disappear. No, I thought of these robust branches of government, the executive, the Congress, the judiciary, each valiantly defending their role in order to preserve the checks and balances of this beautiful document we call our We the People Constitution. But what happens if the Congress is controlled by a party that says our goal is to do what the president tells us? Suddenly that check and balance, the president, is gone. What if the court, the Supreme Court, says we want to, regardless of what's written in the Constitution, hand more power to the president? And they say, you know what, we'll make the president above the law, which they did in a law case last year. And suddenly you have the three elements that create tyranny in place of freedom, or authoritarianism in place of a republic. And those are a rubber stamp Congress, a deferential court, and an aggressive authoritarian personality with a good plan. And he came in with a good plan called Project 2025. And the chief engineer on that Trumpian tyranny train is Russell Vought at OMB. So every essential element of the authoritarian takeover of the United States is here right now. Now, you mentioned a reverberation about how the president's policies are making people sicker and poorer. And here is the connection. When you have an authoritarian government, it basically operates to the power of the billionaires. And so we saw it at the inauguration. We saw the billionaires standing behind the president. We saw Elon Musk standing behind the president. We saw Jeff Bezos standing behind the president. We saw Mark Zuckerberg standing behind the president. And when you do that, you're okay pursuing legislation that hurts families while helping billionaires. And that is the theme of what we have seen. Here's a picture of the billionaires lined up behind the president. We call sometimes the bill, his major policy bill, the great or the big ugly betrayal, because he campaigned on helping ordinary people. But then on Inauguration Day, there's no ordinary people behind him. There's no champions for health care, no champions for housing, no champions for education, no champions for good-paying jobs and investment in infrastructure. No, those who have already at the very top of the money pyramid in the United States of America are there. So now you have the main bill, and the main bill, what does it do? Well, it savages health care to pay for tax breaks for billionaires. It savages child nutrition to pay for tax breaks for billionaires. So the authoritarian takeover of our government is also linked to this assault on the families. As you said, groceries are going up. The president's employing tariffs that drive up the cost of groceries. If he was looking to help families, he wouldn't choose to do tariffs that drive up the cost of families. And in fact, the president doesn't even have authority under the law to do tariffs to begin with, which he just took it because that's what authoritarians do until the courts stop him. And the courts, moving slowly, have not acted. And you mentioned health care costs going up. Well, I don't know about what the new costs are in your state of New Jersey. In Oregon, the projection was a 68% increase in costs on the exchange. But nationwide, 114% average, meaning Oregon, well, as much as we're shocked by 68% inflation in health care policies, well, nationally, it's more than doubling. So think of all the people who will be unable to acquire insurance. And that's just a piece of the big, ugly betrayal bill, because then you get into the fact that they gutted Medicaid, the Oregon health plan. 70% of the children in rural Oregon are on the Oregon health plan. Think of the devastation when 235,000 Oregonians are projected to lose health care. And what happens when they get sick and they don't go to the hospital because they don't have insurance? So then they get sicker, and when they do go to the hospital, it's the emergency room. And maybe the modest health problem has become a major health problem. Maybe the diabetes that easily controlled has become a foot amputation or an eye problem, an eyesight problem. Maybe the cancer has grown or spread around the body. So not only is an illness more expensive to treat, but the odds of recovery of worse, and it's being treated in the most expensive part of a hospital, the emergency room. And then because there's no insurance to pay for it, the hospital or clinic gets less revenues, and then they have to shut down programs or shut down completely, and then we have less health care for everyone in the community. And then you mentioned utilities, and I was just fielding a question from our colleague from Minnesota, and she said, what about that $8 billion attack on energy projects in blue states? Energy projects that would produce renewable energy that often, at utility scale, is 2 cents per kilowatt hour. My bill in Oregon is fairly cheap compared to the nation. I think it's 12 to 14 cents per kilowatt hour. I'm guessing yours is a lot higher than that. So if that utility can buy energy at 2 cents per kilowatt hour, your bill's going to go down. But I'm pretty sure your bill's going up because of the policies of this administration. So if this administration was worried about families, they wouldn't have passed the big, ugly betrayal that does so much damage to families in order to fund tax breaks for billionaires, wouldn't be using tariffs in this manner, wouldn't be cutting low-cost utility projects that will lower the cost of energy. And thus, here we are, 10 months of making Americans sicker and poorer.
And if my colleague would ask the wrong question, because you're making such a great point, and I really hope America hears this, that these policies, these constitutional principles that we're defending here are not just arcane, idealistic things. They have a direct impact on our nation. My colleague is laying it plain. This is what should be animating everybody, is that when you attack the health care of millions of Americans, it doesn't mean you're curing disease and they're not going to have a demand for health care. The demand is still going to be there. And if they're not getting their health care reimbursed, if they're not getting preventative care, if they're not getting regular checkups, they're going to put more demand on our hospitals, which are going to make our hospitals have longer wait times in the emergency rooms, that are going to have our hospitals have less reimbursed care, and our hospitals are going to strain and buckle under that, thus driving up the costs for everyone. You make it plain, and people should hear this. When the president lies to the American people and says he's about all of the above energy costs, he's not. He's about advantaging certain energy over other energy, and it's actually the lower cost energy that he's attacking. Those projects are actually going to lower people's bills. So here he is raising the healthcare costs for everyone, hurting the hospitals that we all rely on, and driving up energy costs for everyone, and giving an advantage to our competitors like the Chinese, who are racing on energy projects in the renewable energy space. But it's even more than that, as my colleague knows. When you have boneheaded attacks on our Constitution, as opposed to going through the Congress where there's deliberation and debate, you are actually raising costs in other ways too. As my colleague knows, Americans right now are seeing the investments that we make that return for the taxpayer significant returns in science and research. We are a nation that has exploded industries that the rest of the world is trying to catch up to us. We are the nation that invented so many great things by funding research, basic research and technology. And so attacks on universities, where they are now reporting less postdoc programs, less PhD programs, less research going on in America, you are ceding the pathway to human endeavor. You're closing it off. As my colleague was saying, attacks on universities, making them come and bend a knee. Those universities are saying, no, I will not bow to you, you are not my king. And then that king, wannabe king, cuts fundings to our greatest research institutions, not in America, the greatest research institutions on the planet Earth that have spawned new innovations, from quantum computing to fission and fusion, to robotics, to medical sciences. When you cut off the resources to those things, you are starving the goose that has been laying the golden egg for human endeavor, for industries and more. It has a cost when a president goes rogue and does what he wants to do. It has a cost, not just to our liberty, when you make universities, when you make businesses, when you make law firms bow before you or be punished by you. It has a cost to our liberty, but it also has, as you are saying so plainly, what most Americans are saying over and over again, is it has a cost financially to American families who are right now struggling. As you have said time and time again over these last dozen-plus hours, Americans are hurting. Americans are afraid. Americans are worried that they're going to get a diagnosis from a doctor that's going to drive them to bankruptcy. Americans don't know how they could take care of a sick child and pay the rent. And this is directly being attacked by a president who is doing things that are driving up their energy costs, who are driving up their medical costs, who are driving up their grocery costs, and who's failing to make the investments that keep America ahead of the competition we are seeing in places like China. It is boneheaded. It is financially imprudent. It is hurting America as well as our constitutional framework. The genius of our founders in this great experiment that is now 250 years old, that has put us at the top of all of humanity in innovation, in human success, is now being jeopardized after 250 years by a president who is claiming authorities that the Constitution and our framers never intended to rely to be in the executive. And so, God bless America, my colleague from Oregon is giving a master's class today. A master's class now for 14 plus hours, closing in on 15. A master's class in helping people understand not just constitutional principles, but how all of us are invested in this Constitution, how all of us are invested in making sure that nobody steps outside of those constitutional authorities, because when it does, we have seen what has happened when McCarthyism rose. We have seen what's happened when demagoguery trumps common sense, common cause, common purpose, and a shared devotion to that flag. And so I ask my colleague right now, we haven't even had a year of this president, and we have watched things happen where this body has not even called an oversight hearing, when our very national security was in jeopardy, when you have Americans at the highest level of our Defense Department using a commercial app with reporters on it to release classified information. We didn't hold one oversight hearing. When we took the extrajudicial step to blow up speedboats, there has been no oversight into that claimed attack on people that were allegedly smuggling drugs. We are constantly not doing our job, which is not a partisan one. It is to hold this president in check, that no one operates without accountability and without transparency, because power is corrupting. And when you let someone do what they want to do, when they want to do it, without a check or a balance, it is corrupting. And we know that because we have the most corrupt president, dollar for dollar, of any president we've ever seen, through his crypto schemes, from him exchanging his authorities for compensation that makes him a richer man. Unchecked power leads to corruption. Our founders knew it and designed this system thusly. And so I ask my colleague now, that sense of urgency of a president who has been in office nearly 10 months, if my colleagues in this body do not start standing up and doing their job, holding hearings on his tariff policy, holding hearings on his agricultural policy, holding hearings on his healthcare policies, and I say that generously, because they're not policies, they're not thoughtful, they don't reflect the wisdom on both sides of the aisle. They are hurting people. If we continue to let this president proceed unchecked, if we continue to let him flaunt the rules of our Constitution, if we continue in open eyes to do things like he is doing right now by ripping apart the White House, not going through any of the process whatsoever, that is literally contrary to the laws of what the people's house, not Donald Trump's house, the people's house, if we continue to let him go in this way without checks or balances, I ask my colleague, what are the consequences that you fear might happen in the next 10 months where this president, who wants to be an autocrat, is in the White House?
The consequences of the failure of oversight are enormous. This is not one of the checks and balances people often talk about. They talk about Congress having the responsibility to define which programs will be funded and how much, under what rules they'll operate on, and the president has to execute those programs, therefore a separation of powers. And by holding on to that responsibility, we serve as a check on the effort for an authoritarian to be the force that decides which programs are funded and how much they're funded at and how much rules or what the rules will be they operate under. And we're seeing that transfer of power right now from the Congress to the president, because the president's deeply engaged in essentially the equivalent of a line item veto by slow-walking funds, by freezing funds, by impounding funds, by slowly getting to the end of the year, and then by filing a rescission request at the end of the year, watching them magically evaporate when the last day of the fiscal year comes. This fancy term called a pocket rescission. Absolutely, all of these are part of a line item veto strategy, and the president just implementing the programs willy-nilly the way he wants, as opposed to following the instructions from Congress. So in 9 months, we have seen not just an attack on the freedoms, we have seen not just an attack on the cost of living through utilities and through food and through health care going up and up and up, but we have also seen this fundamental collapse of oversight that you've pointed to. If this much damage to the checks and balances can be done from January to October, if this much damage has been done to costs that Americans experience from January to October, if this much damage can be done to American freedoms from January to October, then that next 10 months, that's amplified because the administration's in full gear now. They're not diverting attention trying to get a Secretary of Defense confirmed. They're not diverting attention trying to get the head of the FBI confirmed. No, they're in full gear now with this set of instructions that flow from this plan, Project 2025, developed by our current director of OMB, Russell Vought. And he is one capable individual who has a belief in the supreme primacy of the executive branch, calls it a unitary executive, and that the president should make the decisions about what's funded and how it's funded. The president should make the decisions about the rules for those programs. And that means the collective knowledge of these 100 senators, bringing their diverse life experience, their diverse education, their diverse knowledge of different parts of the country. All of that diverse experience is tossed out. The diverse experience from our 400-plus members of the House of Representatives is tossed out because, no, it's the president and his team saying these programs, at this amount of money under these rules, that is what the authoritarian rule is. And one way we can exercise a check on it is through oversight, is by holding those hearings to investigate in public and doing it in partnership, full partnership with our Republican colleagues. I mean, that should be a collective goal of us all together who believe in the vision of the Constitution, of this check and balance. And out of that information flows action items. When you oversee and see what's going on, then you get together and say, what's going wrong? Let's fix it. But you can't get to the point of saying, let's fix it, if you've got your eyes covered up, your hands over your ears, your head in the ground, and saying, I don't want to look at the administration. I know a lot of bad shit is going on over there, but man, that's the president of my party, and if I dig into that, he's going to be very upset. And we have seen how he is personally directing criminal investigations about people who have criticized him. There is concern by some of our colleagues, rightly so, that if they be the ones to speak up and say this is wrong, they will be next on the list, the enemies list. And when you think about the fact that on that enemies list is even our own fellow senator, like this is people who he was unhappy with because they said that the 2020 election wasn't stolen. And so now he's going after them. In one case, he lifted the security clearances, not just for the person who spoke up and said the president, Trump, is wrong about the government, the election being stolen, but they took the security clearance from all of his coworkers. So a collective punishment strategy. This idea of weaponizing the Department of Justice, this intimidation of free speech, that really does affect people in this chamber as well as outside this chamber for fear of being targeted. And indeed, one way they can be targeted is through their own folks back home. So when one of our senators said, this big, beautiful bill is a train wreck for health care, and I'm not voting for it, within hours, that colleague had been threatened with a primary and announced, you can't threaten me with the primary because I won't run for election. Everyone else looks at that and goes, that's the power that is being brought to bear to create a failure for there to be oversight, for there be people speaking up, because I know across the aisle as many people care about the vision of our Constitution and our responsibility to sustain that framework for our freedom, for our financial success far into the future, for the generations to come. I know they care about it, but right now, they're looking, we've got a powerful executive who can bring the world down on me. And I'm hoping somehow we will have a few courageous folks to be at the front of the line and say, I'll take the hit. I'll stand up and say what everyone else is saying privately, that this is outrageous, an outrageous attack on freedom, an outrageous attack on the structure of our Constitution, an outrageous increase in the cost for ordinary families, that the vision of families lose and billionaires win is wrong for the people that I represent in my home state, regardless of it being blue or red. That the idea that health care is being slashed for tax breaks for billionaires is wrong. That nutrition programs are being cut for tax breaks for billionaires is wrong. We need our colleagues to join us in this effort so it is not partisan, it is bipartisan, and we're standing up for the core principles on which our country was founded. I thank so much my colleague from New Jersey. And I see my colleague has arrived from Illinois.
I want to thank, through the chair, I want to thank the senator from Oregon for his leadership in bringing this issue before us. We have something in common. Both of our states are facing militarization from the federal level of government. Nominally in Chicago, the president argues that the city is unsafe. I watched this last Saturday as 100,000 people gathered for the No Kings rally and parade, a peaceful, nonviolent gathering of Americans expressing their constitutional feelings and right to express themselves in this republic. I know that you're facing the same threat in the state of Oregon, and recent court decisions seem to suggest that there's more time in the courtroom ahead. I would just say to the senator from Oregon, thank you for leading this conversation. There are so many aspects of this presidency that you could address. And I'd like you to address, if you will, this militarization issue. We have carefully crafted in our existing laws prohibition against the use of military force for law enforcement. It makes sense on its face because these men and women, as good as they are in National Guard units around our country, are not trained primarily in law enforcement. Theirs is a much different type of training. And secondly, to overcome state and local sources of law enforcement is a major constitutional step. And yet this president has initiated it in my state of Illinois, in your state of Oregon, and in the state of California. Would you address this aspect of your comments this morning?
My colleague from Illinois, I so appreciate the question. And certainly you feel it very personally when the target of the president's militarization or the sending of the military into our states is your own state. And you see it with very clear eyes because you go and visit and witnessed and you understand what's going on. And I know in my state, I went down and I saw these 3 women protesting outside of the ICE building. I think they had a sign, I think it had a flower on it. And since that time, what has developed are a demonstration of joy and whimsy. And what I mean by that is I mean the protesters understood that Trump was trying to start a fight and then a riot and then have that riot be a justification for federalizing the National Guard. And so we had many steps in this process. The first is he said, I'm going to federalize the Oregon National Guard, and Oregon Attorney General appealed it, and the district attorney, not the district attorney, the district circuit judge, district judge, proceeded to say, wow, the administration's description of what's going on is untethered to the facts. This is not a rebellion. There is not an invasion, so no, you can't federalize. That's a test in the law. And a very similar decision, I think, was reached by a district judge in Illinois. And then it went to the circuit court. And the circuit court in Illinois, my understanding, is they backed up the district judge and said, yep, no rebellion, no invasion, you can't federalize. Well, in Oregon, the administration took another tack. They said, well, okay, we can't federalize the Oregon troops, but we will send in troops from Texas, or National Guard troops from Texas and California that have already been federalized. And the district judge in Oregon said, no, I'm sorry. Once federalized, it's not like you can just travel through the countryside doing whatever the hell you want. You have to have a rebellion or you have to have an invasion, and you have neither. So no, you can't come. But here is what really worries me about this. When you have an authoritarian president, they have a playbook. And that playbook was carefully crafted for this president under Project 2025. It involves so many pieces of stealing the power purse from Congress, overriding due process, attacking the power of universities and law firms, attacking the ability of free press, including lawsuits against the Wall Street Journal and pressure created against our networks on what information they can air. And an additional part of this playbook is to be able to use the military to suppress domestic dissent. And to create the path for that, you want court decisions that say it's okay, and you want the military to get accustomed to being deployed, so when you tell them to go and suppress domestic dissent, they'll do it. And so here we have the fact that the president was stopped, but there is now 2 more steps coming that I'm really worried about. One is that in California, the Ninth Circuit, a 3-panel set of judges said, one of them said the district judge was just right. There is no rebellion, there is no invasion. But the other 2 said, well, you know what? Even though the district judge used the definition of rebellion that was considered at the time, basically that there has to be a sizable group that is well organized, that is weaponized, seeking to overturn the government. And we think maybe you should apply a looser definition of rebellion. And then, instead of looking at the facts on the ground at the time that the president wanted to federalize the troops, look back a few months when there were a few more arrests, and maybe that's a justification to say there's something like rebellion. But most importantly, you should give high deference to the president. And this is what terrifies me, because I'm afraid that the Supreme Court may issue a decision even soon on a shadow docket on the Seventh Circuit decision, and they'll say, yeah, it's a rebellion if the president says so. And that is insane. That opens the door to using the military anywhere the president wants, anytime, against our citizens, violating the fears of our founders who didn't want a standing army to begin with because they felt that it threatened freedom, because they knew chief executives are tempted to use standing armies against their own people. That's what kings do, and that's what authoritarians do. So they were terrified of having those standing armies. And then we had the whole concept developed after the military was used in Reconstruction, that's enough. Military needs to defend the nation, not be used. So we have the Posse Comitatus Law, and the Posse Comitatus Law says you can't use the military for domestic action, but there's an exception to it, the Insurgency Act, and who knows what's going to happen with the interpretation of that act. So I really appreciate your bill that says the military cannot be used for law enforcement, because right now the courts could give the green light to the president to use troops and federalized National Guard in exactly that fashion. And we need to close that avenue down and do it fast, because we got an authoritarian president bent on being able to use military against the people of the United States.
If the senator from Oregon would yield for another question, you recall, as I do, how many times candidate Trump and even President Trump spoke before rallies supporting his cause and railed about the murderers, terrorists, rapists, criminally insane, and sexual predators who were coming across the border and threatening us. And his argument was that it was that fear of criminal activity by them that warranted his federal intervention in many states, including our own. I just wanted to give one example that is timely and tells the story. First, let me say that fewer than 30% of the people who are being detained by ICE, fewer than 30%, have any criminal conviction whatsoever. These people may be here out of status. For example, they came in on a student visa and stayed when they should have left, or came in here in a tourist visa and stayed when they should have left. But to brand these people that are being detained now in the streets of Chicago, for example, as criminals, violent criminals, as the president described them, is totally unfair. I tell the story of a church that I visited just a few days ago in Chicago, Christ Lutheran Church on Wilson Avenue in the Albany Park section, which is a largely Hispanic section of the city of Chicago. The pastor of that church, Tom Terrell, told me that after his service a few days before, it ended at noon, and as his parishioners were leaving to walk home in the neighborhood, as they do every Sunday, ICE arrived in an unmarked truck and stopped this gathering of his parishioners and started questioning them and asking them for identification and papers. This is becoming common in Chicago. When others noticed it, they came to their front porches and out their front doors and started blowing whistles to let people know that ICE was in the neighborhood conducting this. ICE panicked and as a result of it threw down a tear gas canister in front of these people who'd just come out of church and then got in their unmarked vehicle and left. This kind of activity is far beyond protecting us from the most dangerous criminals who might have come across the border in times past. It is an intimidation and an effort to have people so afraid that they will either not participate in the economy, that they will not be going to church, and many of them are afraid to send their kids to school. Where is this leading and why? I'll tell you, I think you share from what you said, the senator from Oregon, my feelings that this is not the end of it. It isn't a temporary thing. It is a long-term commitment by the president to militarize neighborhoods, particularly those in blue states and cities like Chicago. And what is the purpose? Not just to spread fear, but when the election comes, which is another few months away, of course, but when the election comes, to discourage people from voting in those neighborhoods, if not disqualify them. Does that sound like an outlandish idea from a president who refused to accept the fact that he lost an election? It doesn't to me, and it becomes a reality every time I come home. This president argues that there are dangers in the streets of Chicago. 2 weeks ago, the streets were overrun by 53,000 people who didn't live in Chicago. It's called the Chicago Marathon, and they had 53,000 participants and their supporters. A calm, peaceful, quiet, great day in the history of Chicago. And for him to characterize this as a criminal city and one that needs military occupation is totally unfair and doesn't reflect the reality. This last Saturday, as I mentioned, over 100,000 people gathered without violent incident. And a reminder that cities like that are being besmirched by the president are still solid places to live, with their challenges and problems, of course. But beyond that, it certainly doesn't merit the military presence the president is suggesting. So I'd ask the senator from Oregon, do you feel that there is a long-term plan to this militarization by the presidency?
Well, to my colleague from Illinois, the answer is absolutely yes. The president, as you mentioned, campaigned on the argument that there were violent criminals and they were going to be sent home, who were here without documentation. Again, and in fact, if I understood a recent court decision, he was given some permission to continue targeting people because of their skin color or their accent. And the idea that as we go around America, and we're mostly a few generations removed from being immigrants, more recent immigrants are going to have accents, and we have worked towards the vision of being a race-neutral society, that people are now being allowed to be targeted by ICE because of their skin color, it just is, to me, a horrific embedment of discrimination. And I think that the president intends to pursue this aggressively for every moment that he possibly can, as long as he is in office, and beyond, to the degree that he can help drive future administrations. We saw it through his entire first administration. My first real involvement over the immigration began when I read a speech by our then Attorney General, who said, what we're going to do is separate the children from the parents and send the message that you don't want to come to America. And I said to my team, I'm sure I didn't read that correctly. I'm sure I didn't understand that correctly, because no American administration, not a red administration, not a blue administration, would ever deliberately harm children in order to send some political message. And a member of my team said, well, there's one way to find out. You can go down to the border. And I thought, you know, I've got this weekend free. So I went down to the border, and it's how I became the first member of Congress to go into a warehouse at the border and see the children being taken away from their parents. I will never forget this wire cage with about 8 or 9 kids in it, lined up by height because they were about to get a meal and they'd been told to line up by height. And the youngest was just knee-high to a grasshopper, you know, basically tiny little guy, maybe 4 or 5. And I could see these kids looking through the wire screen, trying to see if they could see their aunt or uncle or their father or their mother or their sister in some other cage in this big warehouse. And I walked outside and talked to the press about it and was just stunned. And I think the nation was stunned. And the president formally reversed that policy a bit of time later. But he never reversed the drive to attack people based on their skin color. Who do we see he wants to allow a free pass into the United States? Basically, a wealthy white population from South Africa. And they're some of the most privileged population in the world. But the president says those are the folks. And remember his comments from his first term, where he said he really wanted people from those kind of Scandinavian-style companies. So I do feel that he wants to pursue this aggressively throughout his administration, and we are going to see a lot more terrorized neighborhoods.
I thank the senator from Oregon.
Thank you. I see that my colleague from Washington State is here. Would she consider, I would welcome a question if you have one.
Mr. President, I rise to ask the senator from Oregon a question. I appreciate my Northwest colleague being here to bring attention to these important issues. And so much has transpired in the last few weeks, and so I just appreciate the fact that you are trying to bring part of the awareness. If we made a long list, there'd be many, many things here in this list of authoritarianism that we do not like, and appreciate you bringing specific attention. Although I do find some musings that people find a bicycle protest somewhat threatening, which is just not you know, we're kind of famous for our bicycle events in Northwest, so don't know why somebody finds that threatening when the authoritarianism is really the threat. So, but I have been so involved with my colleague Senator Grassley in making a really important point, and that is the president is abusing his power on tariffs. When you think about the actions of proposing tariffs, this is exactly why people said we don't want kings to have this authority. Why? Because it's such an important constitutional authority given to Congress. It is not something that we think that the president of the United States should have to usher in economic impact in this dramatic way. And the IEEPA tariffs, the lower courts have already said, yes, we don't think that he has this authority. He's been abusing this authority. Now he's going to try to say there's other emergency powers, and hopefully the courts will continue to do their job. But when I think about all of the things he's done, and lots of them are big issues, to me this one to basically wield an economic impact on the cost of affordability for Americans, for housing, for food, for transportation cost, a whole myriad of things, when it's only the authority of Congress to do this. I think of how big this economic stick is that he is wielding. So all we've said here collectively, bipartisan group of senators, is that you should, if you think these things are so great, you should come to the Congress. But the constitutional authority is that only Congress has this authority. So I think it's a very dangerous precedent. I think it, in a global economy with a lot of economic activity to be had, I don't think it's a good idea to have somebody in the office of the presidency acting as if these tariff policies are their domain. And clearly, the cost of this on goods and services, particularly those that are really, really hurting us, like I said, affordable housing and things of that nature, are really the impacts. And I don't know to what degree, sorry to say I didn't stay up with you and watch all night, so I don't know what degree you covered tariffs, but I don't know what you think about this particular point in this debate of yours about the authoritarian power and how much is being abused on tariffs.
I so appreciate the question from my colleague from Washington State, and I'm heartened to hear of your work across the aisle with Senator Grassley to try to address this question of tariffs. The very first bill ever considered by the U.S. Senate was a tariff bill. So you can imagine our 13 colonies, they got their 26 senators, they're gathered in a fairly small space, and they're going, no, I want for a jug of the tariff on a jug of molasses to be this, and on sugar to be that, and so on and so forth. And over the course of 3 weeks, they reached agreement on a couple hundred products, and the one person who kept notes through this whole thing, a daily diary, got frustrated by, now we're going back to the same product we considered 3 days earlier. But in 3 weeks, they considered a whole lot. But the point is, it was Congress that was deciding the tariffs. This was an inherent power to the president. And there is no law that has delegated power to the president to do a tariff. Tariffs have been done by law. That means they are a bill that occurs here, and it is a bill that becomes the actual tariff when it's signed by a president. But the president, we've never delegated that power, and I'm not even sure if we tried to, if the court would say you could delegate it, because the court sometimes says you have responsibilities as Congress that you can't delegate. You cannot delegate the design of how much money goes to certain programs and whether or not they can be canceled. You cannot delegate that. And so here we are with this enormously destructive tariff policy. Now, count me in if there is a slight tariff on goods from very low wage, low environmental, low labor standards countries. Count me in to encourage a little more of the factories to be in the U.S. But for people to make investment decisions, put those factories in the U.S., you have to have a stable tariff regime. You can't have the tariffs up one side and down the next. And so no companies are making decisions about building factories right now. They may say, well, for a few months, because there's this big whopping tariff on Vietnam, maybe we should build a factory here, but wait, that tariff may change. And oh, it did change on Vietnam. And think about the chaos that comes in our foreign policy, because here's Vietnam, a country that we are trying to induce to be a significant manufacturing partner with us rather than products coming from China, and to be a force in the region to counterbalance China to somewhat, and we treat them in an arbitrary and capricious way. Well, there goes years and years and years, decades really, of rebuilding a relationship with them. Or Brazil, the president just says, I don't like the fact that their strong-arm former president is being put in prison for trying to overthrow their democracy. I mean, really? Okay, but you're going to put a tariff on them and 50% tariff? Or last week it was going to be 100% tariff on China after China said they were going to control their strategic minerals. It's chaos. And what I heard from small businesses yesterday, they said, we've got two problems. that are making Main Street into Pain Street. And the first is the tariffs. They are affecting either the inputs for our products or how we sell our products, or just the uncertainty that is causing people to buy less. And all of that's a problem. And they said the second problem is most of us buy our insurance on the exchange, and because of the not so beautiful, what I like to call the big ugly betrayal of a bill, the average cost of that's going to double across America. And this one owner said, I think I understood him to say he had 4 employees and that he'd talked to 3 of them. They had each said, I'm not going to buy insurance. I looked it up on the exchange, the price has doubled or done something like that. I'm not doing it. I'm going to take the risk. And we know where that leads. That leads to people not going to the doctor when they need to go. It leads to small problems being big problems. It begins to big problems being treated in the emergency room, the most expensive place. So I do think the tariffs are absolutely, we need to reclaim that power here in Congress and being rationality and a theory behind it, a theory that will help make America more prosperous, but not this crazy fluctuating up and down that leaves everybody struggling to know what plant should they grow in their field, what product should they produce in their factory, should they produce more, should they warehouse them, or should they shut down? I mean, no one knows.
Mr. President, if I could, the senator from Oregon, if you had time for another question on this point, you know that the Pacific Northwest is a big export economy. We have many ports. People may not know, but we probably export a significant amount of soybeans. And I don't know if the senator is aware that this is a crisis now. These growers, particularly in the Midwest, are on their heels over this. This is having huge economic impact, and it's a constitutional authority by Congress. And instead of our colleagues dealing with this authority and dealing with the fact that their own constituents are getting run over, they're still, ignoring the fact that the president is abusing these powers. So I don't know how much you're aware of this, but it is these kinds of activities that lose you shelf space, go to some other country, and then when you try to get it back, the country's already in business with somebody else. So this is affecting our growers across the United States. It's time for our colleagues to admit that this is an abuse of power and help us rein it back in. And so I so appreciate your efforts here to talk about authoritarianism, and I appreciate your comments on tariffs specifically, but here to vote and take care of their interests if you're going to have somebody at the White House who's just going to run over them. And I hope that we can continue to emphasize this. And of course, obviously, on the healthcare cost, we put out a report now I think 4 weeks ago, about the high cost of healthcare being implemented because of the lack of the ACA tax credits. But oh, by the way, guess what was in that report? That tariffs were also having an impact on the cost of healthcare. So it is impacting us on healthcare, the very underlying issue of why we're here and trying to get some relief for the American consumer as now they start to see these bills and see the choices that they're going to have. But tariffs are affecting our economy in a very significant way, and it's time for our colleagues to say this is not the authority. They have a chance to sign on to our bill. They certainly could sign on. There's 7 Democrats, 7 Republicans. They certainly could sign on and say that they support that. I don't see anybody on the other side of it making a case that the president has this constitutional authority. It's more that they're just silent. And America needs to know that our economy is being hurt by tariffs, and it's an abuse of power by the White House. So thank you.
I appreciate my colleague's question regarding particularly the soybeans. And my understanding is that China was a major consumer of soybeans, and they have bought exactly 0 beans. Massive amount in the past. But now when you go from huge tonnage, ships and ships full of soybeans, and then you drop down to 0, wow, the overproduction of soybeans, how do I, price drops on them, what do I do, how do I store them, they're going to go bad, where else in the world can I find a market, can I get China back when all this fuss ends? And meanwhile, Brazil is stepping up in the soybean world to provide that supply, and will, it's so often, once you lose that relationship and that trust, and the personal connections, it's very hard to get those customers back. So I understand the distress for our farmers. And just one example how the capricious tariffs, the massive fluctuations are so devastating. And you mentioned in your question that there is also the issue of how tariffs can affect health care. And I have heard that tariffs are being placed on a lot of the ingredients that come in, including from China, to make our medicines, and therefore that drives up the cost of drugs as a factor. That's at least one connection. I suspect there's others, maybe the cost of wheelchairs or medical devices, I'm sure more. So Washington is an extraordinary exporting state, coast on the Pacific Rim, as is Oregon. We're about the same size. We have kind of a friendly, competitive relationship between our two states, but we have the same issues, and it means that we often work together to try to solve those issues for our region of the country. And I thank so much for your leadership. I see my colleague from Minnesota is on the floor, and I would welcome a question if she has one.
If the senator from Oregon would yield for a question, I appreciate that. I have a specific question, but I'd like to just actually follow up on the interesting conversation you were having with Senator Cantwell from Washington about soybeans, because I represent Minnesota, a very large soybean state, and when I was just home in Minnesota last weekend, I heard a lot about what's happening with soybeans, and you're exactly right. Senator Merkley, we're having a bumper crop of soybeans. The beans are pretty much out of the field, and Minnesota farmers and producers are trying to figure out what to do with those beans. And because of Trump tariffs, the market for China, the Chinese market for soybeans has been decimated. Trump tariffs have completely ruined that market. And as I think you said, Senator Merkley, these export markets for American agricultural products, it's not like an on-off switch. It's not like a pipe that you just open or close. These relationships in these export markets are incredibly important. And so what's happening here is American and Minnesota farmers are looking at this as they're seeing, okay, Trump tariffs have made U.S. Soybeans basically non-competitive. And so China, our biggest export market, is turning to South America, in particular turning to Argentina. And American soybean producers are literally wondering how they are going to pay the bills when their operating loans are coming due right now, and they're looking at the loans that they're going to need to take out, the working capital loans they're going to need to take out for this winter in order to buy fertilizer and seed and all of the things that they need to get crops in the ground in the springtime. And it is so offensive to them that at the same time that they have lost this market in Argentina, the President Trump, is sending billions of dollars to Argentina. So, and I think I've seen, Senator Merkley, that the amount of money that the President is sending to Argentina to bail out the Argentinian debt to resolve this capital crisis in Argentina, there's one group that we know for sure is going to benefit from this bailout, and these are the friends of Donald Trump in the United States of America, the big fund managers, the big private equity firms that made huge investments in Argentinian debt, hoping that it was going to go up, and sure enough it will, because of what the current president is doing. So helping big Wall Street fund managers, hurting American farmers, that's the story of what is happening with Donald Trump and his tariffs right now. Senator Merkley, I was listening last night to what you were talking about, and you gave a really powerful quote or a paraphrase, perhaps, from the book, How Democracies Die. And one of the things that you highlighted, I want to just quote here, you said, there has to be a fierce reaction in the year that the authoritarian starts to dismantle the Constitution. Well, this is the year. And I was reflecting on this as I was thinking about what happened all across the country and what happened in my home state of Minnesota, I'm sure in Oregon as well, with these huge demonstrations that we saw all over the country. I'm going to ask you to reflect a little bit more on what you said last night and what we've seen here with this reaction to the authoritarian activities of the president. But I wanted to just share what I saw in Minnesota was really remarkable. By all accounts, nearly, maybe up to 100,000 people turned out just in Minneapolis, which is, the biggest city in my state. Minneapolis and St. Paul are roughly, 2.5 million people all in. But we had 80 of these events all over the state. And what I saw, and I'm wondering what you saw in the demonstrations in Oregon, what I saw was incredibly patriotic people showing up, people who love their country and want to keep it, people who understand that in this country we swear allegiance not to a king, but to our democratic values and to our Constitution. And it was remarkable to me to see that love of country and that patriotism. And I also saw that, and I will love to hear your response to my question and comments. I also saw a lot of people turn out at these big events who don't typically come to these, don't come to political demonstrations. It's just not their thing. But they felt compelled to do this, maybe because of what you were talking about, Senator Merkley, earlier, which is they understand that there needs to be a fierce reaction in the year that an authoritarian starts to dismantle the Constitution, and they were there to demonstrate their allegiance to our Constitution. So maybe I'll pause there, Senator Merkley, and I would love to hear your thoughts on this.
Well, I so appreciate the question from my colleague from Minnesota. And the commentary I was giving is more my distillment, my impression of the information in this book, rather than a straight-out quote from it. But that essentially you have in the past the death of democracy came at the hands of men with guns. Now it's coming through people who get elected. And after they get elected, they work to erase the separation of powers. They try to get a legislature that will be more of a rubber stamp and say, we'll do what you say. Well, suddenly the whole vision of Congress laying out the programs and the amount to be spent and the policies is supplanted by Congress just saying, well, what did you want us to do? Okay, we'll do that. And then the Supreme Court hands more power, and we've seen that happen here in the U.S. as well, certainly with the Trump versus United States, where the Supreme Court found invisible ink in our Constitution. I'm pretty sure neither of us can go through here and find anywhere in Article 1, and certainly not in Article 2, which addresses the executive, that there is any sign that they want the president to be considered above the law. And yet that's what the court said. So to the broader question of how, once you are in this authoritarian takeover, what are your odds of stopping it? And in general, the authoritarian works to entrench the authoritarian rule. So people get knocked down when they speak up, and then other people are afraid to stand up and become more timid. The press gets a little more careful after getting sued. Wall Street Journal got sued for $10 billion. Maybe gets a little more careful about what it says in its newspaper. The network, which is threatened with the possibility of losing its broadcast license, or the network that's threatened with the possibility of a merger opposition, may say, okay, we're going to change our programs. We're going to get rid of that program that Trump doesn't like, or we're going to get rid of that comedian that insulted Trump. And you start to see these effects pile up and they grow over time. So in that first year, if there is not a reaction from the people, then people assume two things. Oh, that sounded outrageous to me, but maybe it's not so bad. Maybe that telling universities what to teach, having the government tell them that isn't so bad. Maybe telling the broadcast news what to put on air isn't so bad, and so forth. It's like maybe kicking people out of the country for exercising their free speech on college campuses isn't so bad. No, if nobody's protesting, it's like, oh, well, maybe that's not so bad. And makes it easier for the authoritarian power to get a deeper and deeper grip on the system and become the status quo. And that's why you need a protest in the first year to say, no, this is breaking the norms. This is breaking the law. This is violating the Constitution. And we are not going to take this assault crushing our freedoms. We are going to stand up and say, hell no. And then people go, oh, well, I thought those things were pretty outrageous. And look, there's somebody or some group or some force I can get behind to help know that I'm not alone. Because as a normal citizen, what power do I have? But if someone else is organizing and speaking out, and that's why this march, No King's March, was so important. 7 million people, 2,700 locations. You had an incredible set of demonstrations in Minnesota. We had a credible set of demonstrations in Oregon. And I went to one at a very small town. It's kind of just a few stores and gas stations. And it's in a pretty conservative county. And boy, 200 people were out on the road with their created signs. And I was really struck, especially by talking to veterans who said, you know, I volunteered. I went to war overseas because my country asked me to do it. And it was framed as you have to defend this country and this set of freedoms that we cherish so much. And I'll be damned if a president of the United States is going to take away what we fought and died for, a president who never bothered to put on a uniform. And I thought those were powerful words that I appreciated from our veterans. But that's why that first year is so important, that people know that this is not okay and that others are willing to organize and resist and push back. And then the second piece of that is the next election, because the goal of an authoritarian president is to make it more and more rigged, the elections. And if we want 3 examples, one right now is the president's trying to consolidate a voter registration list from states around the country, making it easier potentially to manipulate that list in the next election. A second factor is Trump's trying to get states to gerrymander in order to produce, basically divide up blue districts by attaching little pieces of it to red districts so that the blue district disappears and you get more Republican House members and less fair representation of the diversity of America. So the gerrymander. And then he's complaining about vote by mail. You have vote by mail. In Minnesota, we have vote by mail. You're one of the highest turnout states. We sometimes say we're the highest turnout state, and then sometimes I look at the stats and go, I think Minnesota might have beat us out a little bit on one election or another. But the point is that the integrity of vote by mail is so high because it cannot be manipulated on election day. And we see that manipulation in so many forms on election day, where precincts are moved so people don't know where to go. False information is put out where to go. They're put where there's no parking if you don't want people to vote. The machines don't work. The staff doesn't show up. The lines are long. People are intimidated. They're told they can't pass out water to people standing in line, which just seems like a horror of a possibility that people passing a law saying you can't give people water who are standing in line wanting to vote. And all of those factors really play a big role. That's why Trump wants us to vote on Election Day. More ability to manipulate the outcome of the election. So those are 2 incredibly important things. And then I wanted to just say, what is going on with Argentina? That we are sending them money, $20 billion and maybe $40 billion in order to help them with their debt, which is owned by a bunch of Trump's friends. So they bought it for pennies on the dollar, and now they're going to become mega rich. And where did we pass a bill saying you can send $20 or $40 billion to Argentina? What happened to America First? This is Argentina first? I mean, this is the corruption of the president's friends first? What policy is that? I want to see that on a hat. It is, no, an outrageous. I mean, you think about $40 billion. That's approximately $100 for every single person in our country contributing to bail out Trump's friends who bought up Argentinian debt. No, hell no. I don't know what authority he's doing that under, but let's take it away. Let's get our Republican partners to join us in saying that we should take it away.
If the senator would yield to one more question.
Yes, I will yield for a question.
I want to just follow up on something that you talked about with the attempts by the Trump administration to consolidate and get some control over our voting process in this country. One of, I think, the strengths of our country is while we should have high national standards for free and fair elections, we have control over elections at the local level. And that gives our electoral system a lot of resilience. I want to just thank our Secretary of State in Minnesota, Secretary of State Steve Simon, for refusing to provide to the Trump people our voting rolls and data about our voters as a way of protecting our local control over our ballots. And I want to just follow up also with what the senator from Oregon was talking about with the way that the president is ignoring the rule of law, ignoring the Article 1, ignoring the powers of Congress. And I was thinking a lot about what the preamble of our Constitution says. I mean, the preamble of our Constitution says, "We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense and promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America." That is the promise that we all make each other in this great democracy. And what I think we see happening, I wonder if the senator would like to comment on this, what I think we see happening is that President Trump is trying to undermine that promise. And he's trying to exhaust us and distract us and make us feel like we actually don't have any power to have much of an impact on what he and Russell Vought and his administration does, and that will cause us to just give up and give in. But of course, Americans are stronger than that. Americans are more resilient than that. Americans care more about their democracy than perhaps Donald Trump believes or expects. And one of the powerful things that I see happening, that I saw happening this weekend and I see happening all over the country, is Americans standing up and saying, basically, we know a bully when we see him. He's not as strong as we think that he is, and he's not as strong as he wants us to believe that he is, and we're going to stand up to it. And that, Senator Merkley, gives me a sense of faith and a sense of hope as I see people put their faith in this democracy into action every single day in the ways that is meaningful for them personally.
Colleague from Minnesota, appreciate the question, but I particularly appreciate the recitation of the preamble. And I grabbed my pocket Constitution here that I've been bringing up various points through the night. And the line that I have highlighted here from some previous time was, "and secure the blessings of liberty." Secure the blessings of liberty. You know, psychologists may say there's a hierarchy of needs. You need food, you need water, you need shelter. But we're Americans, and I can tell you liberty is at the top of this list. Like the idea that I can't say what I want, the idea that a private university can't teach what it wants, the idea a private law firm can't provide its contributions to the legal help to the nonprofits it wants to provide help to. It goes on and on of the compression of liberty. People around the world have come here dreaming of liberty. They have seen Lady Liberty with her torch held high, welcoming people from around the world. Where you may be oppressed back home, but you come to this shore and you can say what you want, you can worship as you want, you can have your company operate within the law, making its own decisions without government oppression. And suddenly, all that is being challenged. And so I do appreciate a lot your emphasis about that this component, which may seem more abstract, if you're a family struggling with health care and your children are hungry, but even for families that are dealing with the challenge of getting onto their feet, the basic challenge, they still have the DNA of American liberty throughout their body, knowing that they may not have all the food they want, but they can say what they want. And they can criticize the President of the United States. And that president damn well better not put them on an enemies list and proceed to tell the Justice Department to go on some kind of a search to get them arrested or charged or tried or in prison. And yet that's happening right now. An enemies list. Let's be blunt about it. The president has been transparent about it. The other things he may not be transparent on. When it comes to an enemies list, he's transparent as hell. He lays it out to the press. These are the folks I'm going after. He does his tweet to Pam Bondi. Why haven't you acted yet? Why haven't you done it yet? I read one of those tweets sometime in the hours past. And it's stunning that the president clearly feels he has full ability to weaponize the Justice Department as his personal revenge factory. And he's all in on it, and we have to stop it. Thank you. And I noticed that my colleague from Massachusetts has arrived, and I would welcome a question if he has one.
Well, thank you, and thank you so much for raising all of these issues about the threat to our democracy, authoritarianism run rampant, healthcare, education, our environment, all being threatened in violation of the United States Constitution. And so I would ask if the Senator would yield for a question.
I would be delighted to yield for a question.
Thank you. So Republicans are shutting down the government to cut Americans' health care. In fact, Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans have been shutting down our government since day one. We are witnessing a Robin Hood in reverse as Republicans make deep health care cuts and steal from those most in need, all to pay tax breaks to CEO billionaires in our country. And as a result of Trump's big ugly bill, over 320,000 Massachusetts residents could lose insurance coverage. That's almost 5% of the entire state. The Commonwealth could lose over $2 billion in Medicaid funding annually, with Massachusetts hospitals losing $424 million each year, erasing 19,000 healthcare jobs in the state of Massachusetts alone. And after ripping healthcare away from hundreds of thousands of Massachusetts residents, MAGA Republicans are now willing to dramatically raise health insurance costs for even more families. If the premium tax credits from the American Rescue Plan expire at the end of this year, 337,000 additional Massachusetts residents will see their health insurance costs spike. And in the process, our residents collectively will lose $425 million in tax credits each and every year, averaging over $1,300 per enrollee each year. Some could see their premiums surge over $1,000 a month, leaving them an annual premium of more than $25,000. So this healthcare premium bomb is about to go off all across our country, on kitchen tables. Dramatic increase. Republicans want to jack up the cost of health insurance, forcing families from Boston to the Berkshires, from Portland, Maine to Portland, Oregon, to make difficult choices to make ends meet. So right now, thanks to these tax credits, a couple in their 30s earning $50,000 in the city of Boston with 2 children could pay just $4 a month for their health insurance premiums. But soon, if Trump and MAGA Republicans decide to let these credits expire, that couple will receive a notice in the mail that they will have to pay $176 a month, a 4,000% increase, costing thousands of dollars more per year. A 62-year-old couple living in Watertown who earns $86,000 a year could pay $1,700 more each month. A 58-year-old living in the Berkshires making $32,000 a year could see their premiums increase by 170%. And last week, Democrats on the Small Business Committee, on which I serve as ranking member, released new data showing that over 10 million small business owners and their employees rely on the Affordable Care Act's enhanced premium tax credits to afford health insurance. Small businesses are the heartbeat of our economy, but Republicans are turning Main Street into Pain Street. Republicans are making a Jenga tower out of our health care system. They remove one block, access to Medicaid, and then another, health insurance tax credits. They already have put us into a health care crisis. But they don't stop there. Republicans have cut or frozen over $1.3 billion in grants to Massachusetts from the National Institutes of Health for life-saving medical research and clinical trials. They're gutting our public health workforce by revoking temporary protected status for Haitians and Venezuelans and directing ICE to terrorize lawful immigrants who are disproportionately health care and human service workers. We know these cuts will have even worse impacts on Black and brown communities. Right now, 60% of Black children rely on Medicaid for their health care. 60% of Black children in our country rely upon Medicaid for their health care. If these cuts go through, millions could lose access to checkups, asthma treatments, and mental health care that keep families healthy and children in school. It would leave parents with impossible choices between medicine and meals, and restrictions on Medicaid don't just trim budgets, they cut into lives. And with each Jenga block Republicans remove from the tower, Americans' health care becomes more and more unstable. And we know how Jenga ends. The tower collapses. That's where we are heading right now. But Democrats are not going to let our health care system collapse. The Republicans want to loot the health care system of tens of billions of dollars and then hand it over in tax breaks to the Republican billionaires who are their supporters. Well, the Democrats are not going to drive the getaway car in the biggest health care financial heist in the history of our country. We are not going to do that. We're fighting to keep the premiums affordable. Republicans call it a government shutdown because they don't want to admit what they and Trump are doing. It's a health care shutdown. And Speaker Johnson has Republicans in a political witness protection program right now. They're scattered all over the country. We want them to come here so we can negotiate with them to solve this health care problem. We can solve the government shutdown and the health care crisis with one vote on the floor of the House and the Senate. It wouldn't take more than that. They just have to come here. Right now, what we have is a president saying, well, there's nothing to negotiate on the shutdown. And so ultimately, that's going to be the challenge which this country is going to be facing because the Republicans are refusing to come to negotiate. So we're calling on Donald Trump and Republicans to reverse their cruel cuts, return the funding they looted from our healthcare system, restore access to essential care for all Americans. So I have a question for my colleague. As this ticking healthcare time bomb gets closer to exploding, how will it hurt Americans' wallets and our national economy?
Well, I so appreciate the question from my colleague, who certainly laid out a lot of ways that it's going to have a huge impact across the country and in your state of Massachusetts. And I was thinking about several of the points that you were making, which really are parallel for Oregon, but they're parallel for every state. In some cases, the states that are most affected are not even states that are blue states. And that is certainly true for we're talking about these tax credits, because 75% of the folks who access the tax credits on the exchange are in states that President Trump won. So we're not advocating to restore affordability to health care because it's an issue in our states, although it is certainly an issue. We're advocating because it's the right thing for every American, that health care is a right. It is a foundation for a family to thrive. When I think about the things that enable a family to do well, it's health care. It's a decent home, a decent community, that is housing. It is education, the opportunity for good education, and it is a good paying job that sets your family on its feet. Health care, fundamental foundation. In my state, the projected loss of people because of the slashes to Medicaid is 235,000 people losing their insurance in my state. A projected increase that isn't as high as the rest of the country, and now that we're starting to get numbers directly from the exchange, from the insurers, maybe we'll find out it is as high. But the projection across the country was a more than doubling, 114% increase. And why is that? Because the premiums go up and the tax credit comes down. So a gap that was this big becomes a gap that is that big. 114%. In my state, projected 68%. Now, am I happy that that's less than 114? Yes, if it's true. But here's what I know about inflation in a fundamental item. People get pretty nervous when they have 5% inflation. They get really upset when they have 10% inflation. When they have 68% or 70% or 100% or more inflation, they're not going to buy the health care policies. And you mentioned Main Street is Pain Street. Maybe I heard you say that in the past. If so, thank you, because I've been using that phrase, and I'll try to give you credit for it, because it may well have been in something I overheard you say. And I talked yesterday, because we had folks representing small businesses visiting here on Capitol Hill, and one of the individuals said there are two things that are causing us a lot of pain, and I couldn't resist. Main Street turned into Pain Street. And he said one is tariffs, and the second is the health care. He said so many of us small business owners, we don't have enough to negotiate with a Kaiser or Blue Cross. We have our folks, our employees, go to the exchange. And, he said he'd talked to 3 of his 4 employees, if I got the numbers right, and he said it doesn't sound like any of the 3 of them are going to buy health insurance. They're going, if it's that expensive as what it appears when I go online right now and I see the premiums up and the tax credits down and the gap in the middle that I have to fill in too big for what I earn, I'm just going to take the gamble. In various forms, it sounded like that's where his staff were in. And he knew that any one of them might win that gamble. They might get through a year without a health care problem. But if there's a group of them, a few of them are going to have significant problems. And then they're not going to go to the doctor because they don't have health insurance. And then the problem's going to get worse. And when they do go, a small problem becomes a big problem. And when they do go, they're in the emergency room, which is the most expensive place to provide health care. And the preventive care disappears, which is such a big piece of what we tried to do on the exchange. Either you get insurance in which you are covered for pre-existing condition. Insurance, that your children can stay on your policy to age 26. Insurance, where preventive actions are free because an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And tax credits that make it affordable. You eliminate that affordability factor, we're back where we were. And I tell you, that impact on rural Oregon, it is devastating, because rural Oregon is less affluent than urban Oregon. So there's a higher percentage of folks who are on Medicaid, our Oregon health plan. And when it comes to children, we're talking 70% of the children in rural Oregon have the Oregon health plan. What does knocking 235,000 people off do? And what does it do to the revenue of the clinics and the hospitals that have to shut down projects? Or according to the Sheps Institute, 300 hospitals across the country will probably be forced out of existence, and they won't even have a hospital. They won't have any programs. Where are you going to go 70 miles down the road to find your next hospital in rural America? So it is a very big deal indeed. I'm so glad you raised it, and there is a tie-in to the authoritarian structure that I just want to emphasize. And that is, when you have an authoritarian who starts their year with a speech backed up by billionaires, and then does a bill that's about savaging programs for families to fund tax breaks for billionaires, well, those two things are connected, because an authoritarian doesn't feel like the need to pursue government by and for the people. If you're pursuing government by and for billionaires, then savage the programs for the people and fund the billionaires. They're your friends all around you, including friends who bought up Argentina debt that we're going to ship $20 billion or $40 billion off to. Outrageous.
Would the Senator yield for a question?
I would be delighted to yield.
Thank you. I'd just like you to follow up a little bit on that University of North Carolina Shep Center study. I requested them to do that study, and it came back, and it was a blistering, scalding indictment of the Republican support for these dramatic cuts to our healthcare system. And it concluded, as you said, that over 330 hospitals, rural hospitals in our country, would close. That was 30 in Kentucky, 30 in Louisiana, disproportionately rural America. And so could you talk about that maybe a little bit more, especially in terms of your home state of Oregon, but what that portends for the rest of the country in terms of the provision of healthcare services, and then the flooding of the other hospitals' emergency rooms, the increase in the premiums for those who can afford health insurance, but the costs are just going to skyrocket. And just elaborate, if you could, just a little bit more on that looming crisis.
On to your question, I want to repeat my main mission statement for being here through the night, and that's to ring the alarm bells of alarm at this authoritarian takeover and at this strategy of doing authoritarian bills in which families lose and billionaires win. Families lose their health care or their nutrition benefits or their Medicaid in order to fund tax breaks for billionaires. But I am so glad you requested that study from the Sheps Institute at University of North Carolina. They're highly accredited, highly capable, a great place to go to for this sort of information. And I think back to a couple years ago where we had a hospital in Baker City, Oregon, and they announced very suddenly they were having to shut down their maternal care unit. Now, it's quite a ways down the highway to the next hospital. And depending on the roads you take, can you even get down those roads in winter when there's ice or there's snow, if you're having to go 40 to 70 miles, depending on your undertaking. And boy, the idea that when you're trying to get prenatal care, you got to go that far, round trip, the idea that maybe it'll be harder to get classes that you're supposed to take to help you prepare for being a good parent. The idea that when you go into labor, you only got a limited time, and are you going to make it to the hospital? Anyway, it's a big deal to this medium-sized town to lose their maternal unit. But why'd they lose it? Well, that is inherently an expensive program. So what happens when hospitals are looking at increasing costs, and they've got significant personnel costs? They may now have increasing costs from the tariffs, because the tariffs affect some of the drug prices, and they're going, well, we're not balancing. We gotta, where are we losing the most? And so they cut a program like that. Or maybe they cut their drug addiction program, and folks who needed drug addiction just have nowhere to go. Or maybe they cut their mental health program. But the point is, sometimes they are so close to the line, they're like, we cannot make it anymore. We have to consolidate into a single hospital further down the road, or we have to partner with someone else, and we got to shut the whole thing down. And so that's where I think this 300, the possibility of using 300 or more hospitals comes in, particularly in rural Oregon. You have a whole bunch, or rural America, you have a whole bunch of families that don't have insurance. They're going to the hospital for care, they're going to get care, but then they can't pay the bill, and suddenly the crunch is too big. 235,000 people in Oregon lose health insurance through Oregon Health Plan and can't pay their bills. Maybe additional group, significant group, loses the ability to get health care through the exchange. That's a lot of uncompensated care, and maybe that hospital just can't make it. That's what's happening. We've been losing hospitals in rural America for that reason. They're already at the edge. And so this type of blow, which in the Republican bill was placed for January 2027. Now that may have seemed like a long time from now, but that is basically 15 months from now, we're going to be seeing the implementation of this dramatic assault on health care. So that's why I see is it seems legitimate to me that we can see that sort of damage to health care across the country with hospitals in rural America shutting down. I appreciate so much my colleague having joined us. And I see my colleague from Connecticut. If you happen to, let me see what the right thing to say here is. If you have I'd be willing to yield for a question if you have one.
Mr. President, thank you, Senator Merkley. And let me just say how much I appreciate, your colleagues appreciate, many Americans appreciate the labor that you have put in to raising these alarm bells tonight. And I would appreciate the chance to ask you a question. Listen,
Question.
Thank you, Senator Merkley. Having done this before, I know that the language is important. So you and I have had a number of conversations over the past 6 months about the importance of being straight with people about what is happening in this country. I'm sure that a lot of our Republican colleagues on this floor look at what you have been doing overnight, look at some of the similar speeches that I and others have given on the floor, and think that we are engaged in pretty remarkable hyperbole, right? This is the United States of America. Our democracy is going to survive forever. This is not authoritarianism. This is just a different version of democracy. But I think it's important to talk for a moment, and this will be the foundation of my question, as to how you know when you've lost your democracy, how you know when you are on the wrong side of a transition to authoritarianism. There are a lot of folks who will say, well, listen, we're still going to have elections in a couple weeks. We're probably still going to have elections in November of next year. Well, there are troops in Washington, D.C. right now. They aren't inside the Capitol building. We are still operating. Well, many of Trump's critics have been taken down off the air, like Jimmy Kimmel temporarily and Stephen Colbert soon to be permanently. There are still plenty of people who oppose the president's policies who are on television and are talking openly about their disdain for his policies online. And so I understand many of my colleagues say, well, this still looks like a democracy maybe different than it was a few months ago, but it's not authoritarianism. And I guess what concerns me is that there's not going to be this day when democracy turns off. there's not likely going to be a cancellation of elections, because President Trump is following a playbook that many other would-be autocrats have used successfully to transform democracies into either autocracies or deeply illiberal democracies in which the opposition party never wins. That's what happens in a place like Hungary or a place like Turkey. They still have elections. There are still critics of the regime. In fact, the opposition party can still win a mayoral race or a local election. But the rules are rigged such that the opposition party never has enough oxygen, never has enough support, never has enough ability to air their case that they ever win at the national level. And you can see, as you have articulated overnight in this heroic effort, you can see this very detailed plan to constrict the space that the opposition, which is from an organizational standpoint, the Democratic Party has to operate. And it is a plan that Donald Trump didn't create himself. It is a plan that has been midwifed in other nations that he is copying. It's first and foremost about punishing dissent, targeting individuals who have been critics and using government power, whether that be the Department of Justice or the FCC, to silence those critics. It's about commandeering the spending power of the federal government to say, if you criticize me, you are not going to get federal spending. Right? Just a few weeks ago, the president canceled all energy projects in Democratic states. Just in Democratic states. A clear signal and sign that if you speak up against me, you are not going to get federal funding. It's about using the military to try to disincentivize protests and mobilization, especially in places like American cities where there are a lot of folks that oppose the president. And then it's about rigging the rules. The president has been openly targeting Act Blue, which is the primary way that Democrats raise political contributions. It seems as if he may try to shut down the vehicle by which people make contributions to Democrats. He is instructing Republican states to do something exceptional, which is to change congressional boundary rules outside of the normal schedule, so that even if he's deeply unpopular, even if Democratic congressional candidates get the majority of votes nationwide, that his party will still control Congress because they have rigged the rules of how these boundaries are set. And so whether it be the seizure of spending power, the use of the military, the manipulation of federal regulatory and law enforcement powers to quash political dissent, or the rigging of the rules to make it much harder for Democrats to be able to win in elections, it's a comprehensive plan. And I guess my question to you, Senator Merkley, is this. How do we know when we've lost our democracy? Do you agree with me that it is very likely that we are still going to have elections? They just aren't going to be free and fair elections. That not every single opponent of the president's will be thrown in jail, just enough so that it quells the interest of the public and of corporate leaders and of civic leaders to speak out. That not every critic of the president will be taken down off the air, but enough such that media companies will figure out that if they want their next merger approved or if they want their license to broadcast continued, they better just tilt the coverage towards the president and just make sure that they don't have too much criticism on the air. This is my worry, that there are a lot of, frankly, our colleagues, and there are a lot of Americans out there who believe that our democracy is still alive until the day when it dies. But we're not going to know that day. There is just going to be a moment at which the president has successfully rigged the rules, punished dissent, seized so much power that the minority party doesn't have the ability to win a national election. We'll still exist as a Democratic Party, but just like the opposition parties in Hungary and Serbia and Turkey, we won't be in a position to engage in a way that gives voters an actual choice. So my question to you is, do you share that view of how his campaign of repression of political speech is happening? And do you worry that people are just waiting around for that epiphany, that conflagration where the democracy disappears, when that may not be how this plays out?
My colleague has described very well the way this works. In the past, in general, you had military coups. People with guns stormed in, took over, shredded the Constitution, tossed it out, had command of the armed forces, and indeed, it was an observation even at the start of our country. I had this quote from Madison during the Constitutional Convention in 1787. A standing military force with an overgrown executive will not long be safe companions to liberty. The temptation to use that military. The means of defense against foreign danger have been always the instruments of tyranny at home. And so men with guns charged in, took over. But now we have a very different form in which democracies fail. It's the erosion of the checks and balances of the Constitution. So let's take a look at how those are being eroded. Well, we see that we have changed the rules of the Senate, so we are now doing mass confirmation of the president's list of desired individuals. I think, did we not have a list that was well over 100 the other day? No consideration really of whether they are suitable at all to serve in the desired positions. Well, that's an erosion. Then we have the power of the purse. And the vision is that in a democracy, the decisions on what programs should exist, how they will operate, and how they will be funded are made by the Congress. The president executes. So you deliberately fence off those decisions from the president. But what do we have right now? We have those decisions being made by the president of the United States of America. The programs he doesn't like, he's exercising a version of a line item veto by slow walking the funding disbursements, by canceling grants, by impounding funds, by waiting till the end of the fiscal year and filing a request to have funds reversed, funding authority reversed, and then during that waiting period, the end of the fiscal year comes and poof, the funds authority evaporates. All of these are strategies to put the power with the presidency that belongs in a democracy here, right here and down the hall in the House of Representatives. And let's take a look at the Supreme Court, whether they are continuing to defend the separation of powers. No, hell no, they're not. They made a decision, and the decision is called Trump versus the United States, where they said the president is above the law. There is no clause in our beautiful Constitution, our We the People Constitution, no clause at all that says the president is above the law. No one ever thought the president was above the law until Trump versus the United States case goes to the Supreme Court, and originalists who know the founders were terrified of a president trying to become a king suddenly give him the power to violate the laws at will, no accountability. And with pardon power, meaning the whole executive branch is above the law. That's another erosion. The liberal use, the use of the pardon power to essentially give a free pass to hundreds of people who stormed this Capitol while you and I were sitting here in this chamber and were calling for the execution of the vice president. Those are all erosions. And then we can look at the freedoms. Are the freedoms deteriorating? Well, one freedom is to criticize the president without the power of the state coming after you. And yet the power of the state is now coming after the people on Trump's enemies list, and he's telling in public tweets his attorney general to go get them. Go get them fast. Now I want action. They couldn't have gotten off. Let's get them. Well, that's the tone of those tweets. And we have one of the people who's high on that enemies list is a fellow senator. If you have the whole power of the executive branch coming after you, targeting you, not because you've done something wrong, but because they want to take you down, that's an authoritarian state, and it's happening right now here in the United States of America. When you have a president who is telling the universities, we will cancel your research contracts, millions or even billions of dollars, if you do not teach the way and operate the programs the way we want, well, that is tyranny. If you proceed to have a president say to the networks, if you want that merger or you want that broadcast license to be sustained, you better get that program off the air or that comedian off the air who insulted the president. That is tyranny. When you have folks being shipped out of this country because they express an opinion on policy in the Middle East, and it's being done with no due process, that is tyranny. So I would say yes, authoritarianism is here now. Let's ring the alarm bells.
Would the gentleman yield for one additional question?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. I wanted to ask you about, and I'm sure you've talked about this many times already, but what is happening, what has been happening in your city, what is happening in Chicago. I wrote a book a couple of years ago about the story of violence in America, and in it I talked about the founders' worry about a standing army. And I did that because, while I actually believe there's a common law right to private gun ownership in this country, I do think that's guaranteed in the United States of America. I know the real history of the construction of the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment actually was written to make sure that this country could muster a militia, given the fact that our founding fathers were very specific about their desire for there not to be a standing army. Now, of course, a lot has changed since the founding of this country. We now have the biggest standing army in the world. But you've spoken a lot about the conversation our founders had, having watched the experience, having lived the experience of British monarchical rule. And they did not want a standing army, specifically because they had seen how that army had been used against them and had been used throughout Europe to try to destroy the ability of people to dissent. That it was used sometimes in foreign action to defend the country and the nation or to conquer, but it was often used domestically to try to control speech and control political opposition. And so our founding fathers, I think, would be watching the deployment or the planned deployment of the U.S. military into the streets of this country with the same kind of alarm that you are bringing to this speech overnight, because this doesn't have to do anything with public safety. This is a means to try to intimidate people into not speaking out. You've described scenes in Portland where you have the military essentially trying to provoke conflict. And they're trying to provoke conflict in part to just make it seem as if things are out of control in neighborhoods where things are not out of control, but they're also just trying to scare people into not coming out and protesting. Listen, it's absolutely understandable that an American citizen who has never engaged in political speech or political protest but thinks this moment is extraordinary and wants to raise their voice would think twice before going out onto the streets if they were potentially facing the barrel of a gun from a member of the U.S. military. That's intimidating, and it's intended to be intimidating. And so as you've talked about our founders' worries about how this country could fall into despotism, what do you think they would say about the use of the military today, 250 years later, to try to politically intimidate U.S. citizens in our cities?
Well, I thank you for that question. And I start with their strong thought, let's not let this happen. Let's not have a standing military. It's expensive and it's too big a temptation for our executive to use it against the people the way we had seen in so many other places. That second stanza, or that second phrase of what Madison said during debate at the Constitutional Convention, the means of defense against foreign danger, that's the Army, have always been the instrument of tyranny at home. That's using the Army against your own population. So that's why they were so worried. Over time, the security demands of the country and a variety of various wars, we did pursue a standing Army and a standing Air Force, and we expanded and so forth. Got the Marines, got the Navy, and we have the militia, the National Guard. And I think they would say, you've been pretty lucky so far that the understanding was so deeply rooted that these could not be used against your own population except in extraordinary situations. And one of those extraordinary situations would be if the civil rights of individuals were being disturbed and you needed a deployment to help restore them because the local forces wouldn't protect those civil rights. And it's written into the law in just that fashion. And that's why there was a deployment to help students go to school, black students be able to go to school when folks were trying to block them to go to school in the South. That's what that deployment was about. But then you have this other standard that they can only be deployed if there is an invasion or a rebellion. And just an understanding that that's a high test to meet. But the concern is you can have an erosion of the common understanding that it's a high test. And we saw that in two of the justices in the three-judge panel out in the Ninth Circuit. And they said, well, you used a definition, district court, that was appropriate for the time the laws were written, and that would normally be enough, but maybe you need to have a more flexible version of rebellion, of definition. And maybe you need to go back in time a few months when there were a few more arrests, and maybe that gives a stronger case to recognize that the president might be able to deploy. And you should give high deference to the president's interpretation, separate from the facts. And I mean, just that last point, high deference to the president's view. And what it says is it destroys the barriers put in place, the standards put in place. No longer do you need a rebellion to be allowed to use federalized National Guard in America. No longer do you need evasion. You just need a president to say, looks like a rebellion to me. And we have, therefore, that's what happens with an authoritarian president. They're not hesitant to say that. Former presidents have been hesitant to say that because they have a deep sense of their role in protecting the norms and the values that include defending our freedoms. But an authoritarian president, what we have right now, does not have that compulsion to protect the norms, violating the norms, violating the law, violating the Constitution in action after action after action, and maybe stopping when the courts tell him to stop. But even then, we had a 9-0 decision saying facilitate the return of Abrego Garcia from El Salvador. And what did the president do? He ignored it. Those are all indications of the scary state in which we are at this moment. I thank my colleague very much from Connecticut, and I see that my colleague is here from Maryland, and I would welcome a question if you have one.
Well, I was going to ask if my colleague would yield for a question.
I will yield for a question.
Well, I want to start my question by saluting the Senator from Oregon, Senator Merkley, for standing strong and long in defense of our democracy and our Constitution, and ringing the alarm bells. Authoritarianism is here, and it is here right now. We are facing a lawless president who, when he was asked whether he had to comply with the Constitution of the United States, said, "I don't know." And a president who every day is attacking the foundations of our democracy and of the rule of law. And I know my colleague from Oregon joined 7 million Americans last Saturday to say no kings in America. I was very heartened to see thousands of people come out across the state of Maryland, joining their fellow patriots from around the country in saying, in America, we have no kings. And you've been highlighting all night the way the President of the United States, Donald Trump, is assaulting the foundations of that democracy and our Constitution. And on No King's Day, we reminded one another, all fellow Americans were out there saying that we're not going to go back to the days of King George III. We fought an American Revolution to secure the blessings of liberty. And it was out of that experience that our founders developed the Constitution of the United States and then the Bill of Rights. So I want to zero in on a couple of those things and then ask you a question about one of those pillars that is being attacked right now by Donald Trump. You just mentioned the attack on due process. And we did witness that in the case of Abrego Garcia, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who was abducted off the streets of Maryland, ended up locked up in a gulag in El Salvador. And the Supreme Court of the United States, by 9-0, said that his rights had been violated. A Fourth Circuit judge who had been appointed by Ronald Reagan said that what happened to Abrego Garcia was a textbook case of violation of due process. And despite that overwhelming evidence, for a period of time, the Trump administration took the position that they would never allow him to set foot back in the United States. We prevailed, and ultimately, he is now back here before the courts of the United States. And in fact, the federal district court judge down in Tennessee recently indicated there was strong evidence to indicate that the Trump administration had brought this other claim against him purely for malicious reasons, and that it was a vindictive prosecution, in other words, a political prosecution, that they were prosecuting him simply because he had exercised his due process rights. It should not be a liberal or conservative, Democrat or Republican idea that in the United States of government, in the United States of America, we are not deprived of our liberty without due process, right? As you've been saying all night, that was a foundational principle based on the experience that we had under King George III, where people could just be abducted and without due process arrested. You've spoken about the assaults on the First Amendment. We saw very early in the Trump administration the crackdown on students who were expressing their views on college campuses. The administration didn't like the views they expressed about what happened in Gaza, and so they literally locked them up. Now, again, fortunately, the courts have intervened, and most of them have been released from prison. Their cases are still pending, but the judges have made clear that what these students experienced was a gross violation of the First Amendment in the United States. And of course, we saw that continuing, as you've indicated, with the weaponization of the federal government, whether it's the FCC or other instruments of the federal government, to try to deter, crack down, stop speech that the President of the United States doesn't like. We saw the whole Jimmy Kimmel case, where for a period of time, ABC did take him off the air. And I want to thank all people across the United States who rose up and said, that is wrong, that is unconstitutional. Many people canceled their Disney subscriptions. And this is a moment where all of us as Americans need to stand up and recognize, as you are this evening, that we are right now living under an authoritarian president. We've seen, and you've experienced it firsthand in your state of Portland, the president trying to implement the statement he made, the outrageous statement he made, that we are going to use American cities as training grounds for our military. I mean, regardless of someone's political views, they should recognize how un-American that is. And the list goes on, but another major assault by the President of the United States on our Constitution is one that you've been speaking about. And as the ranking Democrat on the Budget Committee and senior Democrat on the Budget Committee have been really leading the way on, is this direct assault on Article 1, this direct assault on the power of the purse. Because there were very good reasons that the framers invested the Congress with the power of the purse, and that power of taxation and the power of spending the people's money to make sure that our budgets reflected the will of the American people. And as you pointed out, it is simply illegal for the President of the United States to look at that budget and say he's going to cherry pick the parts he likes and implement those and discard the parts he doesn't like. That's not how it works, and you've talked about the Nixon line item veto and how the Supreme Court shot that down. But this president is trying to do that, is doing it right now as we speak. And as part of the proposal that Democrats have put forward to reopen the government, and we want to reopen the government, we also would like to establish some guardrails to ensure that the President of the United States cannot engage in that illegal activity. And I call it illegal, and I'm on strong grounds to say so. The GAO, which is the independent watchdog, has reached that conclusion that the president has illegally impounded funds. That's the technical term, and they have found that the so-called pocket rescission is illegal. And I do want to also just quote from Senator Susan Collins, the chair of the Appropriations Committee, which we both serve on. And she goes into a good description of why this unilateral impoundment of funds is illegal and unconstitutional. And she says, and I'm quoting here, "Any effort to rescind appropriated funds without congressional approval is a clear violation of the law." It's one of our Republican colleagues, Senator Murkowski, who's also on the Appropriations Committee, has also pointed out that this is an illegal action. It's one of a series of illegal actions the president has taken. And I want you, if you could, to talk about measures that we need to take to put up some guardrails and protections about it. You've done that through an amendment, the Merkley Amendment, with regard to the other part of the rescissions process. You've spoken eloquently about this issue, but if you could just go to the heart of the matter, why the president's unconstitutional withholding of funds is a direct assault on our democracy and the vision our framers had of checks and balances. When they said checks and balances, they didn't mean a blank check for a lawless president. So maybe if you could, Senator Merkley, if you could talk to that and answer that question.
I very much appreciate your zeroing in on this question of how the president is violating the law and the Constitution by taking the power of the purse. But before I address that, I want to thank you for going to El Salvador to visit Abrego Garcia in prison, because if you'd not taken that initiative to highlight it, I don't know that he would ever have gotten out of there. The phrase used for that prison is there's a one-way door going in and only coffins come out. That's the type of horrific situation. He may have easily been killed. He may have suffered the deprivations of that prison, been affected by health issues, and he may never have gotten the attention necessary for the administration to finally help facilitate his removal. By elevating that issue, you did two things. One is you helped that man return to his family, which is a huge victory. And I know he has more battles to come because of his being targeted. But second of all, you brought in an American recognition that due process matters, that court decisions matter, and that we're paying attention and we're going to keep making as much good trouble as we can when we see violations of fundamental rights for Americans, for the benefit of the individuals involved and for the benefit of everyone else, where we will hopefully dissuade the administration from violating the rights in the first place. So thank you so much for that trip and that undertaking. And in regard to the difference between a democracy and an authoritarian state, it often comes down to who controls the money. You control the money, you make the decision about what the programs are and how the programs are implemented and how much they're going to get. And in a democracy, you have a whole collection of voices from different parts of the country coming together to share their collective knowledge, the difference of their economies, their personal life experiences that give them insights on needs that are relevant, the needs that have been expressed that they have heard in their conversations with citizens, and that collected knowledge is placed into a plan for how we spend our resources in order to build a better America. And the values of our country are deeply embedded in those spending and program decisions. But in an authoritarian state, you have one individual, a man, potentially a woman, and that individual says, this is the way it's going to be. I like these programs, and I'm going to fund these. Those other ones, forget about them. And that, then we're in a dictatorship. And the president is exercising every effort to secure that power over programs. And it's not doing it secretly. Mr. Russell Vought, who was the OMB director at the end of the last Trump administration, and who is the architect of Project 2025, is very open, even before his hearing before the Budget Committee, saying, I believe in the unitary executive, and that the president can make the decisions and can impound funds. I don't agree with the Supreme Court decisions of the past, and I think we get the Supreme Court, we're going to get a different decision this time around. And we did get a little taste of that just recently in a shadow docket decision in which the question was, if the president submits a request to reverse a funding decision, that's called a rescission, but reverse a funding decision, submits it within the last 45 days, and there's a 45-day grace period in the law that the president doesn't have to disperse the funds, and therefore you reach the end of the fiscal year and poof, now you're outside the window, and that money evaporates. The authority to spend that money evaporates. So that was the strategy that was tested with the court, and I expected the court to say the following. In the rescission law, it says no rescission, no undoing of the existing spending, is in fact legitimate unless it's been submitted to the House and Senate and voted affirmatively by the House and Senate. Now, the House and Senate don't have to, well, they don't have to do the whole proposal the president sends. They can pick pieces. But the pieces that pass both chambers, then the president can shut down that spending. But in this case, there was no vote of the House and Senate to undo existing law. And yet the court said, well, we're giving deference here to the president. And since the fiscal year expired, well, we'll not cancel that strategy. So they empowered what is essentially, yes, Mr. President, you can slow walk the funding, file in the last 40 days a proposal to undo the funding, never get a vote on it, and you can wipe it out on programs you don't like. So the court has given much more power on this, where previously the courts said, it's very clear in the Constitution, the power of the purse is with Congress. It says it right there in Article 1, and hell no, you can't delegate that to the president. And hell no, you can't impound the money. But in this case, a court that is much more deferential to giving power to the executive did exactly that. So this is a huge concern that the court has greenlighted a fundamental violation of the vision of the Constitution and delivered a tool that we might see used repeatedly. My hope, like yours, is all 100 senators will join together, or at least a significant majority of both sides, and say we are going to protect our constitutional prerogatives. And so we are going to put in a clause into any spending bill and say, yes, there is a 1974 bill that says the president can submit a proposal to undo spending that has been approved, but the provisions that we pass in this bill are exempted from that power. They cannot be undone through a simple majority, what was passed through a supermajority. They cannot be done in a partisan basis, what was done on a bipartisan basis to address the wealth of understanding about what different parts of the country need. So that's the proposal that we need to put into each bill. Every bill saying, yes, these can be undone by future spending, but we do that all the time, by the way. We do a FY26 bill and we say there's 2-year and 3-year money in there, and it's clear that that money's not needed for that program, and we undo it. But that's done by a bipartisan basis to undo a bipartisan decision, not a partisan.
Will the senator yield for a question?
Yes, I would be delighted to yield for a question.
First of all, my question starts with a thank you, Senator Merkley, for raising the issue of the growing threat of authoritarianism in our country. I thank you for noting and being a champion of the very principle that our country was founded on, which is that we are a country, a government of, by, and for the people. And as I think about what that principle means, I think about the fact that in a democracy, what our founders wanted to ensure was that our governing bodies, our elected officials, would in fact be accountable to the people. So what does being accountable to the people you represent mean? Well, about 50 years ago, this Congress came together and in a bipartisan way passed something called the IDEA, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. Why? Because families all across this country, from every political persuasion, understood that their children with disabilities could learn and thrive if they had access to public education just the way other kids did. And because families spoke up, because individuals spoke up, we now have seen 50 years of IDEA, special education, in our schools. We have more work to do in that direction, to be sure. We need to get more resources to our local schools the way the IDEA originally promised we would from the federal government. But because families demanded it and their elected representatives heard them and listened and acted and believed they were accountable to them, the quality of life for children and families with disabilities has improved exponentially. Then I think about Medicaid expansion. When I was governor of New Hampshire and the Affordable Care Act passed, One of the things that states had the opportunity to do was adopt expanded Medicaid so that people who had mental illness, for instance, or substance use disorder, addiction, could get care under Medicaid, or people who were working part-time and had chronic illnesses could actually get health care. And at first, in a divided legislature, a legislature that was one chamber Democratic and one chamber Republican, the Republicans blocked Medicaid expansion. But gradually, the people in my state of New Hampshire, the live free or die state, spoke up, spoke out, and said, this is really important to our families. And as a result, we found bipartisan agreement to expand Medicaid, provide health insurance coverage so that people could get better and could get fully employed and could then go on to private insurance, something critically important. Again, this happened because the people in my state, the elected leaders in my state, believed they were accountable to their constituents. Now, I think a lot about authoritarian regimes and their lack of accountability, because authoritarians don't believe that they are accountable to the people. They believe that the people are their subjects and are accountable to them. And that, of course, is what we are seeing from Donald Trump right now. I think about the fact that in 2022, we passed in this body the PACT Act, and it was signed into law. That is the law that provides health care to our veterans who have been made ill by toxic exposure during their service. These are our brave heroes that we owe everything to, we owe our very freedoms to, and this body came together because veterans all across this country and their families and their supporters came forward and said, we have been made ill in our service, we need health care, and we came together and on a bipartisan basis because we believe and know that in a democracy we are accountable to the people, that we then delivered something that the people, the veterans, our heroes, the people we owe the most to, we owe our way of life to, could get the health care they needed. That is the difference that having elected leaders in a democracy makes. And so, as I think about this administration taking health care away from millions of Americans right now, one of the challenges we're facing is that people's health insurance premiums who get their health insurance on healthcare.gov, those premiums are due to at least double on November 1st. In my home state, that means that a 60-year-old couple earning $85,000 a year is likely to see their health insurance go up by $14,000 a year at a time when a recent report says that if you are a family of four in New Hampshire and earn $100,000 a year, you cannot make ends meet because of the cost of housing and groceries and energy, daycare, health care. So we now have an administration led by a president whose authoritarian tendencies you have laid out so well, who is standing idly by while this health care calamity is facing us. Because, of course, it's not just people who get their health insurance on healthcare.gov who are going to see their costs skyrocket. It's going to be the entire health insurance premium marketplace that is going to see increases. So we are looking at a president who is busy building ballrooms, buying vanity airplanes for his Secretary of Homeland Security, doing all these things to satisfy himself and the people around him, but who doesn't seem to believe he's actually accountable to the people. I always thought that in the United States of America, we weren't subjects to be ruled, we were citizens to be heard. So, Senator Merkley, can you speak a bit to how this administration's attacks on our democracy have real impacts on the day-to-day lives of Americans?
I appreciate so much this passionate question from my colleague from New Hampshire. And there's no one here among the 100 senators who have spent more time working on issues of disability, bringing their own life understanding to bear to help millions of people across this country. And when we expanded the folks eligible under standard Medicaid, it had a huge impact on the availability of health care for disability. And then the additional work we did to try to say health care is a right, it's a foundation. Let's build a system where everyone has access. But the way you have framed the difference between a democracy and an authoritarian power is powerful. Under democracy, leaders are accountable to the people. And I'm pretty sure that these 100 senators all think about the fact that people elected them because they said they would lead on certain issues and carry the fight, and that they have a responsibility to follow through and make it happen, to honor that social contract they have with their voters, that they're accountable to them. And if they're not accountable to them just in terms of their work that they do here, they're going to be accountable at the next election. But the attitude of the president is very different. And as you put it, in an authoritarian regime, it's more like the leader believes the people are accountable to the leader. And wow, what a difference that makes, because suddenly there's no need to worry about the health care of the people. And you can lay out legislation that does damage to the people, but takes good care of the rich and powerful, because that's the world you live in, and you want to help those folks, and that's just okay because you're not accountable. And that's the connection we see between the authoritarian presence of the president, who proceeds to attack and diminish due process, free speech, academic freedom, free press, proceeds to weaponize the Department of Justice to go after his list of perceived enemies, and then strives to create conflict in order to send the military in to address the conflict and expand his authoritarian power. So that's one world. But on the other end, we have the legislation he championed. And how could a leader accountable to the people do a bill, support a bill that cuts 15 million people off health care in order to fund tax breaks for billionaires, or run up 30 years of debt, 30 trillion over 30 years, to run tax breaks for billionaires? That debt is going to haunt us in the future in terms of being able to do basic programs in healthcare, housing, education, infrastructure, job creation. And the answer is because he's an authoritarian leader. And that's how these two things are connected. And these real impacts that you're talking about are so evident. Child nutrition programs, savaged to do tax breaks for billionaires. And here we are in this Republican shutdown designed to ensure that the cuts to health care continue. And there's more damage to come to ordinary people. States will run out of their women and children funding. States will run out of other basic programs. Food banks are going to run out of food probably because of the additional burden that they're sharing. And not one element on the president goes, I'm accountable to the people. I'm supposed to be here driving welfare for our entire nation. I can't let the health care go double in price, as you pointed out, on average across the country. I can't allow a program go into effect 15 months from now. In January 2027, there was millions of people losing their Medicaid. And then even in that bill, he has a third attack on health care, which is to change the way that states can receive or develop their match. And if states can't raise enough money to do the match, they've got to really shrink the programs. And that's like a 2028 impact. So it's like impact, savage, the health care in multiple layers. And this is the connection between the authoritarian mentality and the real effects that devastate families in our country.
Well, would you yield for another question, Senator?
I would love to yield for another question.
Because as you were talking and as I have been thinking about the various ways in which a true democracy delivers results for its people, I mentioned in my prior question the fact that we passed in 2022 the PACT Act. And, you know, I was with a group of veterans right after we passed the PACT Act, and I thanked them for all the advocacy that they had done to get it over the finish line. And then we got talking about the war in Ukraine and why it was so important to stand up with the Ukrainian people who are fighting for the very freedom, for the very form of government that we so cherish, our democracy. And I found myself asking them the question, and I'll ask it to you now, Senator, would Vladimir Putin take care of his veterans the way the PACT Act proposes to take care of our veterans? So what are your thoughts about that?
Thank you for posing this question, which has not come up in the many hours that I've been standing here, but is very relevant to the question of what happens under authoritarian control. And worst, recognize that Russia retained some trappings of democracy, but it's clearly a dictatorship. And that's the danger. When you have that authoritarian presence, certainly Putin is that personality. And he did get the Duma basically to become the rubber stamp. And he did get the courts under his control. And everything that flows out from his authoritarian presence. And when it comes to how he views the Russians that he's sending to war, he sends them expendable pawns. I mean, they were sent on unbelievably unsupported missions to be shredded. And over time, certainly the Russian military has gotten much better. But in those phases where he just wanted to pour people into the front and enormous numbers were dying, I still think actually the number is pretty high per day, it was like, again, he's not accountable to the people. And one thing he did, which was very effective, is control over the press. Because I expected the mothers of all those folks being sent in to be shredded to become a massive force, that resistible force that would shake the foundations of Russia. But they didn't, in part because the information was so dramatically controlled. And this is where even these early stage efforts to control and discourage dissent, or I guess you could say uncomplimentary programming by our networks or by our newspapers, the suits that have been filed against CBS and ABC and told basically you have to pay off these suits if you want the government to do its basic function to approve your mergers. The attack on public broadcasting and the attack on the Wall Street Journal and more. I mean, the list is long. But when a president, an authoritarian president, wants to control the press and at least discourage, make people think twice about challenging him. I mean, a $10 billion suit against the Wall Street Journal, I don't know where that will end up. But I imagine there are folks thinking, do I need to be more careful in what I say in this story? Oh, my news agency might get kicked out of the White House briefing. Oh, that's another strategy to cut off. So you have, the answer is no, I do not think the PACT Act, which said, hey, our soldiers were exposed to these chemicals, and there's a lot of diseases that flow from that, and we should absolutely make sure they get treatment. And we shouldn't put them through a long list of, oh, maybe somehow, somewhere you have to prove it. How do you prove that disease, when we probably started, but how do you prove it? PACT Act, great act. And on Ukraine, I mean, here is a country that threw out a president who was trying to put them under a thumb of Putin. Here is a country that said, we're not asking you to come to fight with us, but give us some arms. We are fighting for our own freedom. This is a country that said, we reject the idea of having a dictatorship, Putin style. We want to preserve democracy with our freedoms, and we're willing to die and fight for it. That is the American vision. That is Lady Liberty. That is the best of what we have in America. And the Ukrainians stood up to Russia and have done a phenomenal job against extraordinarily large country with massively more resources, and they are still in the fight for their future and their freedom. I see my colleague from New York is here.
I had a few questions earlier this morning of my great colleague, and once again, his strength, his indomitability, and his caring about this democracy, which we all know is at risk, is just amazing. And so my question relates to something he touched on before in his discussions with our great senator from New Hampshire. There are so many ways this administration is trying to rip apart democracy. And one of them, you mentioned a minute ago, is the threatening of media to just do what Trump wants. And the man who's head of the FCC seems to be an instrumentality of that. Trump has said, things they say I don't like should not be put on the air. And they've held over the heads the broadcast licenses of some of our great media companies. In other ways, they're getting some of their friends to take over some of our media companies. And isn't one of the greatest blows to democracy, I would ask my colleague, one of the greatest blows to democracy when we don't have a fully free press? And has it been a hallmark of so many of the countries that he has mentioned that are autocracies or absolute dictatorships to have no free press, so no information can come out? And doesn't that dramatically hurt the American people when government is shielded and can do whatever it wants and hurt as many people as it wants because you don't have a free press? Doesn't it really shouldn't it really frighten every American that this is a large step on the road away from democracy, towards tyranny, and towards authoritarian government?
My colleague from New York, absolutely. Benjamin Franklin wrote that whoever would overthrow the liberty of the nation must begin by subduing the freeness of speech. And I'll just roll into that, speech and the press. And we have seen what Trump has done. He sued CBS News for $10 billion because he didn't like the way that a program was edited on the television. There is no way that that suit would ever have held up in court. But what happened? CBS said, we are involved in a merger, and that merger involves Paramount, controlling shareholder, and they wanted approval for a sale of Paramount to Skydance. And Paramount was CBS's parent company. So here is President Trump holding the approval of that merger over the head of the network to get a payment for himself out of the company. And that was a $16 million in the end. But then CBS announced it was canceling The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, top-rated late-night show. Surprisingly, 3 weeks after CBS canceled it, the merger was completed between Skydance and Paramount. Trump didn't like all the things Colbert did to make fun of the president. You know, you can judge a freedom of a country by how much people feel that they can say funny things about the president. And I've thought many times, I come to this floor and I criticize the President of the United States. I've come to this floor and criticized the Democratic presidents for things they're doing. And I do not leave here thinking someone's going to jump out of a car, grab me, throw me into a van, I'm going to be disappeared or tortured. Yet that is so common in authoritarian settings. And it's so actually disturbing to me, is one reason that I constantly raise the fact that I hate that we are seeing forces deployed across the United States that do not have an individual identifier, because that makes me think about when people jump out and grab people, and they did this at the protests in 2020 in Portland, no label, threw them into vans, unmarked vans. You didn't know what the hell was going on. But ABC, well, ABC had their own challenge with Jimmy Kimmel. And there was a situation where Nexstar and Sinclair, they own dozens of ABC affiliates. So let me just say that the list is long, including excluding companies or broadcast writers, reporters from the White House briefings. And now, most recently, telling all the reporters at the Pentagon that they have to not ask any questions in the Pentagon or they're going to lose their access to be reporters on the Department of Defense.
I thank my colleague for, once again, a great answer. The freedom of the press is at risk, and if the freedom of the press is at risk, so is our entire democracy. I see that my colleague from Massachusetts has come, and I know she will have some excellent, thoughtful, and perceptive questions. So I will yield back to my friend from...
I'm so glad that you emphasized the issue of freedom of the press, and amazingly how it's under attack in all these different ways. Here in the United States of America, it's unbelievable. And it's why I'm ringing the alarm bells. The authoritarianism is here now. Thank you, Mr. Leader. And I see that my colleague from Massachusetts is here.
Yes.
And I would welcome a question if you have one.
I do, Mr. President. I'm seeking recognition.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you very much. My friend Senator Jeff Merkley is ringing the alarm bell. He is carrying the momentum of millions of peaceful protesters at No King's Day directly onto the floor of the United States Senate for all of the spineless Republicans in Congress to see. I want to be clear here. Peaceful protest is patriotic. Holding the floor to protest the Trump administration's lawlessness is patriotic. Standing up for what is right, that's patriotic. And I am proud to join my friend Jeff Merkley in saying this part out loud. Donald Trump is not a king, he will never be a king, and America does not bow down to kings. So thank you, Jeff, for reinvigorating that energy and bringing it to the floor of the Senate today and every day. You are a true patriot. So let's talk for just a minute about what's going on here. New reporting from the Wall Street Journal this morning says that the average cost of a family health insurance plan is now $27,000 a year. That's a stunner. $27,000. And that's after years of rising costs. The cost of health care is rising faster than inflation. Health care is too expensive, and families are barely hanging on. So what do we have to do? We have to protect Americans' health care and lower costs for families. Seems pretty obvious, right? Not to Donald Trump. In fact, Donald Trump and Republicans are doing the exact opposite. Their genius plan was to pass legislation that will rip away health care from 15 million Americans, jack up premiums for millions more, force rural hospitals and community health centers to close down, and shut down the entire government instead of coming to the table to save health care and lower costs. Now, Republicans just keep to have lost their spines, go to the doctor and get a spine transplant. But instead, they are willing to make it more expensive for everyone else to go to the doctor. Make no mistake, our healthcare system is already broken, but Donald Trump and the Republicans are making the problem so much worse. Families in Massachusetts are now starting to get notices this week telling them that their healthcare premiums are going up next year. We are taking hundreds of dollars a month. Some families are seeing their premiums more than double. Others will get priced out of their plans completely, leaving them with no coverage at all. And it's not just Massachusetts. Americans across the country are counting on us to lower health care costs. And I want to share some of their stories right now. From a family who gets their health care through the health care exchange, quote, "If our premium doubles, we will simply not be able to afford it. Either my husband or I will have to scramble to find a job with benefits in a saturated market, or we will be going without insurance for the time being." So that is the story of a family who could get kicked off their insurance altogether because their costs will go through the roof. More uninsured people means more costs for everyone else, and that is a lose-lose for the American people. Here's another one from a teacher. "My health care costs are going up by 39%. How do I even live?" Families across this country are asking themselves exactly the same question. Democrats are here right now fighting for every single one of those families. Here's a story from someone else. Quote, "If my premiums go up, I'd have to cancel my insurance because my check would be gone and I have an autoimmune disease. It would be over for me. How could I raise my 2 boys and care for my parents? I'm the stronghold of the family." You know, that is the reminder that this kind of increase that the Republicans are imposing on American families, this increase in health insurance, it has echo effects. It's not only the person who can't afford insurance for themselves, it's what happens to her 2 children, what happens to her older parents that she's taking care of. Families hanging on by their fingernails cannot afford insurance premiums jumping by hundreds of dollars a month. Those are the families that Democrats are fighting for right this minute. And Republicans won't even come to the table. Republicans are off on vacation. Here's another story I received from a type 1 diabetic. "I have an ACA plan that makes my insulin affordable. Without it, my insulin would be $1,000 a month. Please don't give up this fight, and please continue to stand for people just like me. We will not stop fighting for you." Here's another one. "Ours will go from $1,300 monthly to $3,600 monthly. It is harrowing." Look, $1,300 monthly, $1,300 a month for health care is already too much. But this family will now have to pay nearly triple. For families already struggling with the rising cost of everything, they cannot afford to shell out an extra thousands of dollars every month for health care. So you're hearing all of this right. Americans are struggling to get by. Republicans won't come to the table to fix it and end the government shutdown. And instead of working to lower health care costs for Americans right now, Trump is bending over backwards to dig up $40 billion to bail out his political buddy in Argentina and to help out Wall Street hedge fund investors. $40 billion. So, what could $40 billion do for us at home for a whole year instead? Well, $40 billion could stop health insurance premiums from doubling. It could restore food assistance for families that will be hurt by Trump's cuts. It would cancel a chunk of student loan debt for nearly 4 million borrowers. It would fund public media. It would restore cuts to humanitarian aid and USAID. And to put it even more perspective, that $40 billion that Donald Trump is sending off to Argentina, it could fund child care for military families for almost 20 years. It would fund the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to stop big banks and giant corporations from scamming people for almost 50 years. And it could pay for 100 Qatari jets meaning one for every governor of all 50 states and a backup plane for each and every one of them. So there you have it. Remember Trump's promise to lower costs for Americans on day one? Well,
pursuant to the order of 4 February 29, 1960, the work of, what is that word? The hour of 12 noon having arrived, the Senate has, having been in continuous session since yesterday, the Senate will suspend for a prayer by the Senate chaplain.
Let us pray. Eternal God, who alone spreads out the heavens and rules the raging of the sea, we cry out to you, refusing to believe that the problem of this government shutdown is too difficult for you to solve. Lord, you have been our help in ages past. You are our hope for years to come. Today, give our senators a faith that will not shrink, though pressed by many a foe, that will not tremble on the brink of any earthly woe. We promise to give you all the glory for the great things you have done and will do. We pray in your mighty name. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain. The Senator from Massachusetts.
Very much. You know, I want to go back to this point as I tee up the question for Senator Merkley here, and that is Donald Trump right now is sending $40 billion to Argentina. And I just want to go through the list again about what could we do with that $40 billion if we kept it right here in the United States. $40 billion would stop health insurance premiums from doubling. $40 billion would restore food assistance for families that will be hurt by Donald Trump's cuts. $40 billion would cancel a chunk of student loan debt for nearly 4 million borrowers. $40 million would fund public media. $40 million.
Mr. President, retaining the floor, I yield to the question that's being posed by my colleague from Massachusetts.
The Senator from Massachusetts has the floor.
I yield the floor.
If the Senator from Massachusetts wishes to, oh, no, I think.
I yield for a question to be posed by my colleague from Massachusetts.
The Senator from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I see that my colleague from Massachusetts is here and has gotten half of a question out. And if you'd like to continue the question, I yield you to, I invite you to give me a question.
Okay. Almost there. Am I recognized to do that, Mr. Chair? Mr. President?
The Senator from Oregon has the floor and has yielded you for a question.
All right. So as I was saying, I was talking about what the $40 billion that Donald Trump is sending to Argentina could be used for here at home. And that is to stop the doubling of health insurance premiums, to restore food assistance for families that the Trump administration is cutting, to cancel student loan debt, to fund public media, to restore humanitarian aid and USAID. Or, to put it in a different perspective, that same $40 billion could fund child care for military families for nearly 20 years. It could fund the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau to stop big banks and giant corporations from scamming people for almost 50 years. And it could pay for 100 Qatari jets, one for every governor in the United States, plus a spare jet for them. So there you have it. Remember Donald Trump's promise to lower costs for Americans on day one? Well, instead, Donald Trump is bailing out his, quote, favorite president, unquote, and bailing out rich Wall Street investors who invested in Argentina debt. The American people are begging us to do something about the skyrocketing cost of living. They are crying out for help. But Donald Trump can't hear them over the sound of the bulldozers that are demolishing a chunk of the White House to build his brand new ballroom. A $250 million ballroom, a monument to Donald Trump himself, paid for by big corporations that are trying to suck up to the administration for special favors. The American people told Donald Trump to cut the cost of living. Instead, he's cutting off part of the White House for his new billionaire's ballroom. Families are missing car payments, but Donald Trump is too busy building his ballroom to notice. The price of coffee is up nearly 30%, but at least Donald Trump will have a fancy new ballroom in the White House. The price of coffee is up nearly 30%, but at least Donald Trump will have a fancy new ballroom where the White House is supposed to be. Farmers are going bankrupt, but Trump is too worried about the construction of the ballroom to help. The cost of baby strollers, or as Donald Trump, are not in normal times. All of us need to stand up, speak out, and push back. My question for you, Senator Merkley, is how is the fight to lower costs for families all around this country linked to the fight against Donald Trump's authoritarianism?
I thank so much my colleague from Massachusetts for the question of how the price of goods around the country is linked to Trump's authoritarian undertakings. And it kind of boils down to this. And a colleague came to the floor and used this term a little while ago, a colleague from New Hampshire. And she said, in an authoritarian structure, the authoritarian believes that the people are accountable to the authoritarian. And in a democracy, the leader believes that the leader is accountable to the people. That's the difference. And so if you are in a situation where you have an authoritarian for the president, first thing they do is try to erode the checks and balances of the constitutions, just concentrate more and more power in the executive. Of course, we see that in all kinds of ways we've been discussing this morning. Then they proceed to try to change the rules for elections so that they can rig the next elections. And then they start to attack any form of dissent, suppress freedom of assembly and freedom of press and freedom of speech and due process. And we see that. And then they say, now we want to free the military. But in all of that is this sense that the people are simply pawns for the authoritarian president. And then in that setting, it becomes just fine to do a bill that savages health care for the people to fund tax breaks for billionaires. It becomes just fine to do a bill that savages child nutrition, to do tax breaks for billionaires. It becomes just fine to run up debt over the next 30 years, $30 trillion, to fund tax breaks for billionaires. That's the way that the authoritarian personality is connected to the policies that emerge from bills that authoritarian champions. They're not bills by and for the people, they're bills by and for the powerful. I see that my colleague from Connecticut has come to the floor, and I would be happy to yield if you have a question.
I am very grateful for the opportunity to ask a question and for the senator from Oregon yielding to me. And first of all, I want to thank him for his leadership, his fortitude and determination exhibited so eloquently over these last 24 hours. He's really providing a model for all of us in standing up and speaking out. Let me say, after listening to the eloquent words of my colleague from Massachusetts, that the destruction that Donald Trump is doing to the White House is emblematic of the wrecking ball he is taking to our democracy. Put aside the waste of money that could be used to improve our education system, solve food insecurity, guarantee the election integrity of this nation. The damage that he's doing to this iconic symbol of America is so costly to our image and esteem around the world. The White House is a symbol of America, and he is destroying a part of it. What he intends to build as a replacement to the East Wing is a gargantuan insult to America. And it is, unfortunately, emblematic of a lot of the other destruction that he is doing in so many other areas as we watch the norms and laws that protect our great experiment in democracy erode under his destructive actions. In some ways, it's a little bit like the frog in the pot. The water begins to heat without our noticing it. The acts seem benign when taken individually, but cumulatively, they will boil and destroy our democracy. The president has turned the Oval Office into an auction house. He has put a for sale sign on the White House lawn. Influence and power are the way to a quick profit, whether it's crypto or pardons or many of the other perks of office. He is using it for his own personal ends and weaponizing the Department of Justice against his personal opponents, his political adversaries, a violation of basic norms of the Department of Justice and of our democracy. He is prosecuting political enemies in courts that he's filled with MAGA zealots and a Department of Justice that's run by his personal lawyers, and he's punishing constituents of Democrats by canceling billions in federal programs and firing dedicated public service during a government shutdown when he simply fails to find them worthy. Last week, he announced that the administration is sending $20 billion in bailout money to Argentina, perhaps another $20 billion in private funding. And what he is doing in tariffs has been eclipsed by all the other stuff, but it hits Americans in their pocketbooks. Groceries are skyrocketing in price. Americans are finding it more difficult to put food on the table, and farmers are being crushed by these tariffs as well. Healthcare, the tax credits that make healthcare insurance affordable to millions of America will end at the conclusion of this year because he has failed to provide leadership in extending them. And that's why the government has been shut down by Republicans, because they have refused to agree to extend those health care tax credits. But maybe most alarmingly, as is visible in the streets of Oregon, California, Chicago, Los Angeles, is the deployment of our military, our National Guard. And the senator from Oregon has spoken so powerfully and eloquently to bring a critical lens to this desecration of democracy and the impact on our military itself, because they are being used for a purpose that goes against the fundamental purpose of our military in this country. The Founding Fathers were deeply worried about the use of a standing army, potentially within the homeland. And many were opposed to a standing army because of that concern. And so we have laws, posse comitatus, that forbid the use of the military against American citizens on American soil. The health of our republic depends on the proper use of our military against foreign adversaries and threats from abroad. But the President of the United States, in effect, has decided that he will use our National Guard as a police force, supplanting local and state police. And the damage is done not only to institutions, which should be supported, and we should be providing more resources to local and state police, more training and equipment to them, so they can do the job of keeping order and maintaining our democracy, but also to the military itself, which is demoralized and potentially degraded by the misuse of these resources that are designed to support them in countering adversaries abroad. And of course, to the faith and trust of Americans in the military as they see it misused. And so I want to ask my colleague from Oregon about perhaps his personal experience as he watches this deployment of the National Guard in his state. How are the people of Oregon reacting to the misuse of our National Guard? Is their faith and trust in the military affected by the President's deployment of the National Guard in a circumstance that a federal judge has found is unnecessary because whatever protests have happened in the past weeks and months have been peaceful and without the necessity for this kind of military intervention?
Well, I really appreciate the question from my colleague. And we're at an interesting moment right now, because unless there's a decision that has been made while I've been speaking, and that's certainly possible, given the amount of time and the shift, there has not yet been a decision by the district judge to dissolve the second temporary restraining order, and so the National Guard has not been federalized and able to deploy. But it was going to depend upon what happened at midnight last night, in which the judge had said, the district judge had said, I want to see if the circuit court decides to do an en banc panel. And that's a fancy way of saying that instead of 3 judges evaluating the situation, a panel of 12 judges, the Chief Justice and 11 other justices from the Ninth Circuit, selected randomly, would examine the issue. And if that was on the verge of happening, my impression was she was going to hold off. The other thing that was unfolding was that the Seventh Circuit, including Illinois, and of course Chicago's been really affected by this, the Seventh Circuit made a decision in support of the district court there, but that looked like it was going to the Supreme Court, and they might do a shadow docket decision very soon, any moment, which could affect also what happens. So my guess is soon. If none of those happens, my guess is that soon, in fact, the second temporary restraining order will be dissolved, and that will give the ability of the National Guard to be in their mission. And I think there has been a lot of effort put into saying, these are our Oregonians. These are our soldiers, our folks that we've gone and supported them as they've gone on missions to Iraq and missions to Afghanistan and missions elsewhere in the world. And we go and we welcome them home, and that we think that they will have a very deep understanding that whatever they're instructed to do, they will not deliberately do provocative things. The thing that would really sour the situation, and I'm putting up a little picture here that I know you can't see, but it's a picture of one of the federal agents, not the Oregon National Guard, walking up and just spraying a protester straight in the face. She had gotten out of the way as she was requested. She was, giving a, saying she was sharing her opinion in a vocal manner, but not doing it, not in the way of anything had moved as requested. And when people see that, or other things where agents start assaulting peaceful protesters, that's when things get dicey. And so far, the Portlanders have said, this is what Trump wants. He's almost instructed people, these other federal agents, to come and provoke a riot. In fact, they even staged a fake riot last week, which was an extraordinary thing that should trouble every American. They asked the protesters to back up several hundred yards, and they did without conflict. So there was no tussle, there was no breaking the line, there was no throwing things. They backed up. But behind the line of the federal agents, probably Federal Protective Services, were videographers. And the goal was to tape a fake riot. So after they had been backed up, on command, the Federal Protective Services threw down flashbangs, which sound like gunfire. They threw down tear gas, which big pluming smoke, and of course very irritating. And they fired pepper balls at the crowd. Well, that net result of that is the protesters scattered by being videographed so that they could look, the Trump's team could say, look, there was a riot. And I just can't believe that our government would stage a fake riot like that. But it was carefully observed and reported on by Oregon Public Broadcasting. So I have confidence in what I'm saying about what happened. I don't think anything like that will ever happen with the Oregon National Guard. I think they will be extraordinarily careful to execute their mission in a professional fashion. If they're asked to provide a little bit of encouragement for the protesters, get out of the way of the car, I think they'll do that. That's my belief, that our own Oregon National Guard. Now, there's also Oregon National Guard from California. The president said he was going to send some from Texas. That could still be possible. I just hope that they all are well trained. That is red line, you never attack a peaceful protester. That so far, the Portland protesters have decided to engage in joy and whimsy. And they have just frustrated the hell out of the Trump team because they want riots. And no, there's the pastries and pajama team, and there's the puppy dogs for peace team, and there's the wedding taking place, and there's the unipiper doing the bagpipes on his